right, good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday and all that. So we'll kick things off. We've got a bit of a gap down going on for the morning here. Bring that single stock window more into focus. Let's tighten these up a little bit here so I can have that single stock window better in focus. So here's the SPY, 73.99, just over 1% down from yesterday's close. I believe it was a bit more down than that in the overnight session for the futures. Continuing to fade though in the post-market or in the pre-market here. Qs. Let's see here. Same idea for the Qs. Looks a little worse. 1.14 down from prior day's close. I think this line continues to bode well for this, or big for this here. Above it, obviously more bullish. Below it, obviously more bearish. But bear market all the same, regardless of what happens here. I'm still in the camp that any rally we see is a bull trap or a bull rally in a bear market. Although, again, as I always say, I'm happy to be wrong. Much prefer a bull market to a bear market, but only time will tell. Bottoms are only found in retrospect. Grandma and Grandpa's index, the Dow, diamonds. Again, much of the same here. 1% down on that. We'll see IWM. And slightly down on all the rest, about 1.25% down from prior day's close on that. Some pre-market actives, click through those for a few minutes here. VEV. $5 million traded in the pre-market here. Hefty gap up. We'll see what happens there. I don't usually look at news, so I guess I probably should, I can see if there's some kind of buyout or something on these things. So just looking through here. Okay, so starts delivering Canada's first Class 3 electric truck. So that's what we got for news on that. KITT, see you guys talking about it in the room here. And announces a contract with U.S. Defense for autonomous amphibious robotics. So there's your news there. 4.4 million traded, still looking pretty strong here in the pre-market so far. PEGY looks like a continuation off of yesterday's move here on the second half of the day. Almost 11 mil shares traded there. That's pretty hefty. These warrants and preferred stocks here. I'm not really sure what this is. IB is not loading anything for me on those, so no comment to make for me on those. CLNN, giving it up in the pre-market here. Looks like they got a downgrade. Well, I didn't have that in my downgrades that I posted from briefing. But yeah, that's the only news I can see on it. Oppenheimer downgraded them. That's it. That's all I got for that. Tech TEKK. No comment to that there. Just some nonsense and noise. Stock that doesn't trade much. Same here. I'm guessing just huge share lots that have been taken in the pre-market for whatever reason on this stock. What I'm doing is I have a list here of stocks that are the most active in the pre-market as a volume percent. So not necessarily always leading to anything that we're interested in. But I'm just going to go through the top of the list here anyways. So SHPH, this thing has been a high flyer a few different times. A lot of interest here in the pre-market, it looks like. Again, we'll see if that's just a pump and dump scheme here. Only 3.5 million in the float, so pretty small float. Another one that's been active the last couple of weeks here, SJ. Again, China data processing. HFS, again, low float, 100,000 traded in the pre-market. Not sure if that's going to be exactly active when the market opens. We'll round it out with BNGO. 2 million traded, nice early pop in the pre-market. We'll see what that leads to from there. Is there any news? Announces the publication of a study. So that's what I got there. Is there anything else really noteworthy that I'm looking at here to talk about? Obviously, Twitter. I think everybody knows the Twitter news at this point. Buyouts. So I think that's all said and done at this point. And general market talk. Dwayne, I'm not having any issues with IB at the moment. Both IB and Thinkorswim look good for me. I mean, here's my time and sales from IB. I don't know why this won't stay on top. There we go. So this looks to be okay for me here on my IB time and sales feed. Oh, okay. Good to know. And I think that's really everything. Like I said, I don't do a lot of pre-market work, so forgive me if I'm missing something or anything like that. Not my cup of tea, the pre-market. HUSA, that's interesting. I'll go ahead and set a price alert for that. Why not? Set an early price alert. Duplicate this and bring over one of my price alert windows here. So have that for the regular session. Click through with you folks. All right, so that's my big comments so far for the day. Well, Posh had a downgrade. That was interesting. I don't know how that's going to affect anything. I think they're bought out, right, or something you said yesterday. Yeah. So I have less meetings and things like that today, so I'll be muted less, but I don't know how much more talking I'll do. Again, try not to murder you guys in the main room here. I know you all kind of have your thing, the way you like to trade, and you don't need any real extra market commentary from me here. So probably like yesterday, I'll be active off the bat with what I'm seeing on the races, and then kind of quiet down afterwards. But of course, don't take that as anybody that's new or just joining the room for the first time, or this is their first week or a few weeks here and with the software. If you have questions on the software, please ask those. That's one of my main roles at Trade Ideas. So, and while I know the main room isn't really for teaching the software, sorry, I'll help out in any way that I can. Not to torture the people that are the main people here, but just like to make sure everybody's getting a full education of the software here. Good morning, Paradox. How are you? Good morning, Real. Also, try to keep better on the chat here. Okay.
Husa.
RNED. No, not much action there. There's INDO now. And wow, HUSA made quite a move.
Indo.
Here's HUSA. So it looks like OPEC is carrying their weight around again. And again, to those folks watching over in YouTube land, of course, let me know if you have any questions as well on that side of things. I started this pre-market highs versus pre-market lows at around 6:15 or so this morning. So we can see, pretty good look here on the overall market. Those that like market breadth, this is more of an intraday market breadth, or well, for this pre-market breadth. You can see while we had pre-market highs trying to make a move here, the pre-market lows just continue to really outpace them for most of that time. So we'll see what that means for the open. Obviously, we gap down a bit. It'll be a gap and go, gap and reverse, gap and flat, who knows. GSAT, didn't they have some news a couple of weeks ago? Yeah, I think they had something with Apple or something like that, right? Not really doing anything here in the pre-market though. That's interesting here. We got 5 minutes and change before the open. Let me look. I'll open up hold on, give me a second there, Patrick. Whenever something's not on a scanner, it is 999,999 out of a million times it didn't meet the criteria of the scanner. I can count on one hand the amount of times a stock wasn't on a scanner because of bad data. So pre-market, what are those stocks? AGFY. So it's under $1. So unless you change this, the minimum here is $1. And I will guess they're not reporting earnings. No earnings date. So unless you remove the earnings filter from it, it's not reporting an EPS. So that would be what would hold those off of the pre-made scanner here. You got it, Patrick. And don't forget, you can always email us to support. Support at trade-ideas.com. Morning, Jorge. How are you? Oh, wow. INDO really just took off. Oh, boy. Wow, 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 wow. All right. Let's get rid of that pre-market stuff. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. I think we're locked and ready to go here for the open. INDO. Breaking my heart. I'm just putting myself on mute for 1 second here, folks. I'll be right back. And we are open, folks. So there's INDO with a big gap up and halted right away. That made it 34 seconds into the open before halting. Look at HUSA now. Some interesting stuff right away here. There's PEGY, obviously very active in the pre-market. And so the same thing I do every day, start going through, setting price alerts, and looking for entries that I like. So FNGR been very active the last couple of days.
PEGY. BNGO, SHPH,
So, and I'm still holding a little of this ADEA from yesterday, although I don't know why it's telling me my price entry was at 844. My entry was at 809, but whatever.
ADEA,
Anyways, here we are. And here's Snap, maybe a sympathy play from Twitter. Family Toy Adventures. I'm going to go with Toy for short. Good morning, Toy. Andy messaging RYTM. What is happening in the world of RYTM? Wolf. That's an interesting look here off the open.
TBLT,
All right, ADEA. Trying to take out the high from yesterday. Golden Ocean Group. So it looks like energy is going to be a big play for the day right now. INDO still halted here. Got about a minute to go before this halt ends. If it's a short 5-minute halt, if not, about 6 minutes to go. Always interesting when I see UNG on a race. Well, actually, I'm going to put some earphones in now so you guys don't have to listen to my sound alerts going off all the time. I'd imagine that's not great to listen to for you since you have all your own sound alerts. Give me just 1 second here. I'm going to swap up earphones and mic real quick. All right. So there's INDOs back open. Let me know that still sounds all right on both YouTube and the main room, if you could, kindly. All right, perfect. So SHPH continuing strong here. Thank you, Paradox. K-Web, what are you doing up here in the upper 20s? So INDO right back under 9. ADEA continues to look nice and strong for me here. Fray right back up around all-time highs here. It's an interesting stock. I mean, it's really been strong in the face of a down market here. Again, so you've got 1657 as the all-time highs on that, and a decent sized short float on Frey as well. Definitely worth keeping an eye here. Some good possible looking setups this morning. We'll see if there's follow through to the long side on any of these. There goes PEGY. Take an early shot at tops here. I'll play that off the high of the day from yesterday and see where we go from there. All right, I took some tops out just over 630. Just in case. And there's Kit halted. We'll probably late to the party on that. All right, so after the open here, all these compare count windows. You see the new highs for now are outpacing. And the SPY, that big top and shadow there. So we'll see what that results here in the next little bit. And I close a little more tops here at 645. Let the rest ride a little bit here and see what happens. Hello, JD. How are you? Sorry, I just noticed that chat come in there on the YouTube side. All right, tops. KITT back open. All right, I took a little more tops out here. I just have a tiny bit left in case I can't push through 7. And I move my stop way up. Thanks, Shady. It was a little bit early for me, but it just wasn't so extended off any of those moving averages that I felt like it was a reach on that entry there. So nice way to start Wednesday. Right back down with tops. So that's fun. And right back up with tops. MLCO. This thing just keeps showing on races week after week. No wonder it's ever going to break out again. Oh my, tops. Kit right back down, and the bad halt for Kit. I hope nobody's in it on the bad halt, at least not long. Oh wow, tops halted. Stacking up around 8 right now. There it is. Well, now it's falling on that stack there. All the same. Quite incredible. All right, nothing else standing out to me at the moment here. Transocean, or Golden Ocean, sorry. Still looks interesting to me, but that's just too far extended for me at the moment. If you can get through here, maybe 9, maybe. We can see here the last several days, it's got these gap ups and doesn't move much off those gap ups. So I think that's kind of what this stock does, has that kind of personality on it. Still just watching this ADEA. It hasn't convinced me that I should add to it yet. Take a look back here at these compare count windows, and large caps remain to the bullish side, where the small caps doing just the opposite here. Look at the IWM. So the IWM, not a great look right there compared to the SPY. And for fun, let's do this. So I'm going to sit on my hands for a few moments here. There's the SPY. Here's the IWM. Let's change the time frame on these. All right. Do like my compare charts. So this Transocean keeps setting off this price alert, but doesn't want to get through that level. PEGY average is starting to catch up here, but volume has faded pretty good here as well. Relatively speaking here to the open anyways. 31 million shares and 523 times what it's normally doing. Top still halted. I didn't notice what time the halt happened. 9:49 it looks like. 9:49:53 was the halt. So a couple minutes left here on that halt. PEGY still banging around. And PJ. Don't lose sight of KITT. Definitely not. Not something that active. Good call, PJ. Should adjust that price alert. Just in case. There's Cops open. Oh my tops. Look at the scanner in a minute. What's happening here? So there's RYTM. Now that looks interesting on a daily chart here. Possible room up to 28 and change, and then up over 30. No volume though. Just realized that now. 200,000 shares not exactly going to excite me right now. PAYO. That's interesting. Good size float, 200 million on the float, but that doesn't mean I won't trade it. Keep an eye on that. I'm just going to reset a price alert here on tops. I'm still holding a little piece here. Maybe add to it. There's IMVT from yesterday. BCRX back on races on there yesterday. Yeah, 400,000 shares traded. Maybe interesting. A lot of resistance around this area though. RSS feedage. Well, I'm not sure what's RSS stand for. Sorry, I just have too many acronyms in my head these days. All right, I close out the rest of my tops here just in case. And I'll look to revisit it here. But happy with that start to the day. Yeah, JP, sure. I'll go over that now for you if you want. The best illustration I have that is the SPY. If we go back in time, let me zoom a little bit. What I like to do is find stocks that look like this. See these nice, it's almost like it takes these nice steps up here. 20 days is just about a trading month. So that's why I like to use that and use it as a good estimate for pullbacks and support and resistance, essentially, on daily charts. I use it more in my swing trading. I don't use it in my day trading at all, but that's essentially it. And then what you'll notice here is when we fast forward, look at how the steps look different, not only coming down, but how much more rapid they come down here, showing more conviction in the moves to that downside versus the moves that are pullbacks when we scale back again. When we look here and we see some of these pullback moves that have happened, leading up to the top of the market, the pullbacks never look nearly the same in a trending market, And if we scroll back even further past, COVID, we see the same thing again. Anytime there's these pullbacks, right? It's just not that same kind of steepness here and these nice moving steps up. So that's really the simplistic way that I use it. I do a lot of my swing trade scanning based on position in 20 days as well. Tops making you regret selling. So that's where I brought in the multi-period. Actually, Michael did me a favor because I used to use the swing, what is it, the swing indicator on the charts here? So properties, smart risk levels. So you had the swing exit here, and that's just a period low of 20 days itself. But I don't like all this other junk on my chart. I don't want all that shading and grading and all that stuff like that. So I was like, God, it's a shame that I have to have both. And Michael said, no, that's an easy one. I can plug that in because it doesn't take any real math and there's no GUI or anything like that to do it on the chart. So he popped that in for me specifically, but, pushed it out to everybody, obviously. That is the short and skinny of how I do that. KITT. What's happening here? So Golden Ocean, whole lot of nada. Ooh, PEGY, missed it. Missed it. All right, top still not breaking back out yet. A little consolidation maybe, protecting that 7 level. Watch to re-enter here. ZE, wasn't this a high flyer a few months ago or weeks ago? Yeah. Very new issue. IC's been on several races here. I wonder if it won one yet. Hasn't won one. but that's nice right there. Can you folks over on YouTube hear me? Oh, tops. Oh well. Okay, good. Cool. Thank you. Okay, I just took hit at 62. 63 was my fill, sorry. Won't stick around it long. Whoop. Looks like a terrible entry. PEGY. I haven't seen INDO in a minute. The mighty have fallen. Move the price alert back down. Keep an eye on that. SNTI. I forgot about that. What happened with that today? Whoop. Adios. All right, just kind of sitting around and watching now. So INVT again. Whoa, BBAI. Get a price alert on you. EMGO, catching up on that 15-minute chart there. Price alert down. I don't know if you're asking me, JP. I mean, the volume in FAZE is okay, I think. I mean, where are we at? 1015, 1013. Yeah, I mean, the volume's okay in here. Actually, the volume's increasing. So, yeah, that's all right for me. I mean, if it traded maybe 200,000 shares by now, I'd be less interested. I don't discount anything for an entire day based on volume. But because, anything can have its moment at any time. But my interest becomes less or more based on the shares that are traded. But I mean, you figure if we've got 600,000 shares by 10:15 or so here, it's going to trade over 1 million shares today. That's plenty of liquidity to get in and out. But I'm not interested in FAZE more because of this that looms right overhead with that gap. Now, if it gets over $6 and can work its way into the gap, then maybe a little more interested. But I'd like to see this higher in that case then, which I don't, the relative volume. There's just too many other good plays out there for me right now or to look at. IMVT still looks interesting to me here. INDO remains in play. Tops is going to remain in play for me. I was looking at this ILAG, but all right, again, 400,000 shares traded on it and 0.16 relative volume. Just hard for me to get interested in that. That's all. Here goes tops over 8 again. Oop, rejected right off of 8, actually. Oh, yeah, thanks, Paradox. Simplicity and all that, like I said yesterday, keep it really simple. What's moving, what's in focus. I'm also answering emails and things like that. So I can't stare at the races nonstop. My eyes go off it constantly. It's also why reason I get, very defensive on when I'm up for the day. I'll slow my trading down because I don't want to hand it back because I am, attention dragged in other places. But keeps me focused here. Oops, did not want to create a spy alert. I almost took tops at 770 before, but just was not right here. I almost took it when that price alert went off before. Just not feeling it there. So the market's starting to fade pretty good here. And look at these compare count windows. Look how much they're moving red. Right, these large caps here, they were all in the 60s before. Now they're in the mid 50s. So that tells me easy on the long side. And I got stopped at a KITT. That sucked. Oh well. Well, thanks. Appreciate that, Harry. Well, I just realized KITT halted. That is why stops are important. AC, yeah, the NFT, not NFTs, ETFs are tough. What I would recommend doing is using the EPS filter. Let me take a look here. Just want to load something. I forget what the numbers are that we do in that. All right, so you've got these symbols lists here. So you can try, all these different ETF ones, EFT ones. Where are you, EFT? ETFs. So, you can try this EFT, ETFs, all these different ones that are in here. But there's ones that are just going to slip through, and not really much else we could do about that other than you can use this EPS hack. So you can put 0.01 in minimum and minus 0.01 in the maximum. And that will keep those from popping on your scan. You got it, AC. Appreciate it. Thanks, PJ. Okay, so let's get back. There's tops right back up again. These topping shadows. INDO. That's interesting now. What I don't care for on the INDO is this here, that drop in volume. I'm not saying it is a no. still running after it on that declining volume. Wow, this thing's got a massive spread on it right now. It's kind of ridiculous for a $7, $8 stock. Gonna be a no for me, dog. PEGY just continues to grind really nice here, and that volume staying pretty strong. Some overhead resistance coming into 3. I guess around 330 would be next. IMVT just not able to pull away from the station here. EVAI setting off a price alert here. And volume stayed relatively strong in this one too. Come from under that $2 range though, so keep an eye on it here. All right. Things settling a little bit. So there's that FAZE. So it was PJ asking about it. I said 6 might be a little tough. It's popped right over that into that gap. And look at the volume, how it really continued to increase on that, right? So above 6 makes me interested. Nice move there. And the volume continues to increase. So good look from you there, PJ. That's a good look. FNGR come flying right back up. Phase just exploding there. Should have had a price alert at 6. That was my bad. Wow, so much going on. Hard to believe it's 10:30 already. Go through a few of these price alerts here and see what's shaking. Nothing really standing out to me at this point. IMVT grinding away here. Spread had tightened back up for a second there on SHFS. Trying to poke its head above 8 here and opened right back up again. Keeping a close eye on this INDO here. Watching KITT around that 5 level again. I'm about touching the hot stove twice with that one. Wow, what a move for FAZE. PJ, good call on that, man. Okay, I have some INDO at 24, 824. NGR, that was the one there, breaking 7, really piling through. Good volume. That 15-minute candle is going to exceed, this 15-minute candle is going to exceed the prior. Not going to give INDO a ton more time, or, well, a lot of leeway price-wise, I would say. Wow, what a move for FNGR. What a day, huh? All right, Indo. Don't tease me. Sorry, just helping someone inquiring about bullish engulfing 5-minute candles here in our chat, our support chat. Looks like compare counts continue to fade. INDO still trying to grind a little higher. If it gets to 840, I'm probably going to take some out. Okay, ITT, breaking my heart. I really thought about it on a 5 break and hold of $5, but I got involved in this chat and missed out. All right. That sucks. Am I allowed to say that in this room? All right, I took a little bit of INDO here in case I can't get going. I'm moving my stop up a bit. I feel like handing any more money back to the market today. And that's why right there. That spread really opened up for a second there, 16 cents. So SPY sold off for about half an hour and trying to put in a green bar again here. Tops had just set off a price alert. I wasn't paying attention though. That's interesting. Come on, INDO. nice shady. I thought about it on that 740 here where I got the price alert, where I had the price alert before that, before I bumped it up. All right, INDO. Well, poking its head above that 40 level for me. Ah. All right, I got out the rest of that INDO, and I'll keep my eye on it. Give me a moment here, folks. I got to put myself on mute, step away for a second. All right, back. And there goes INDO, of course, after I stepped away for a minute and closed it. Oh, well, that's the way it goes. I guess I can't really complain about walking away winner. Even if it's a small winner. SPY, what are you doing? Market. So continue to fade. I'm guessing the Fed isn't pivoting is what's happening. I don't know. I find that stuff all very funny. Denver, sorry, I didn't see your question until just now. I had walked away. On a multi-strat, it's a little different. Let me open a multi-strat window and I'll show you. Nothing overly complicated like anything else, but it's just not intuitive. So let me just find a multi-window. Let me open this Extreme Master Blaster here. And so for multi-windows, the right click like anything else, then go to Properties, and you'll find columns and properties for the multi-strat window. And then you can go through and, you can look here. If it's on the right side, you can, select it, move it from right to left to add it, or you can come to the search and, look up anything you want, select it, and show the column that way too. You are very welcome. Interesting. PJ, Be the Trader. Is that the guy on YouTube that's got a big following? I only asked because I had a meeting with him recently, trying to get him to become an affiliate of ours. I'm always, cautious with YouTube personalities. Just never know what you're going to get with them. I'm sure there's plenty of good people out there. I'm sure there's plenty of bad people out there, but I'm very protective of Trade Idea subscribers and some of the unscrupulous individuals that lurk out there. So I honestly haven't watched much of that guy's stuff. I just, we had some Zoom calls and stuff like that and talked a little bit. I mean, he seems okay. No, I have not met him. Yeah, I've watched a few Humble stuff. Mostly she seems to just go over like the scanners themselves. I don't hear any like real stock recommendations or anything like that. She talks about trading styles and things like that, which is, what I more prefer to hear from people. Web searches, there's a lot of good people to learn from out there. I mean, I really cut my teeth here in this room. Barry and the crew that's here, and the 5 o'clock Eastern webinars that Jamie, Steve, and Andy mostly do. I didn't catch many of the Q&A webinars with Brad and Dan because my work schedule at that time wouldn't allow me to. I caught some, but not as many as I would have liked, obviously. Yeah, see, I haven't, like I said, my only interaction with B was a couple Zoom calls that we did and talked. I haven't gone over any of his videos or anything like that yet. I haven't had a chance. As far as the compare, I don't really look for crossover in that. I never even thought about that, to be honest. Interesting that you bring it up. What I really look is just how things track throughout the day, how they're tracking, and then, the change in this, because this is going to be weighed a lot heavier at the open than the close. Excuse me, at the open than in the middle of the day, and then again at the close, just because you have so much more activity. And the other thing is, most stocks are putting in their highs and lows for the day by, I don't know if it's 11 or 11:15. As I mentioned the other day, Real had a stat that he used to share all the time on that. So, when I start to see this in like midday start to go this way or this way, that's a big deal to me, because that's not typical to happen. Where we are right now on this, I think, outside of a big sell-off or outside of a huge rally, we kind of stick around this area, and it will trickle obviously one way or the other as long as the market holds a direction. Obviously the market direction is lower right now, and that's kind of how I really look at it. And it's held true here. It was, like I said, by 9:40 my time here, this was like 65 and 66 to the buy side. These were in the low 50s, and it's continued to trickle down. The red has continued to grow on both sides of these, and we can see no big sell-off, but just like those have been trickling that way, so has the market. It's one candle down this way, but we're just kind of still fading this way overall. So that's what I'm really doing with those. Again, risk on, risk off kind of stuff. That's why something like INDO, I killed quickly. I didn't give it a lot of leeway. A couple of reasons. One, the market's no longer on my side. Number two, the volume took a tick down, and while it's, kind of hovering where it's been, not great for a breakout as far as I'm concerned. So, I played it in anticipation of possibly trying to get a break above the level here and a shot up into 850. Didn't exactly work out the way I wanted. That's why I closed it. So kind of, these are the things I'm kind of like watching and putting together, if that makes sense. And then, Peter over in our YouTube, mentioned INDO a couple of minutes, more than a couple of minutes ago, about INDO on that 840. So you're spot on, Peter. Just couldn't really poke its head and hold above that. Anyways, what else is happening here? So FNGR, that was up around, did it make it almost to 8? Yeah, it did make it up to 8. So, all right. All right, reset some of these price alerts here. Haven't watched the races in a few minutes. So top's kind of grinding higher now on this 8.5 here. It looks like it wants 8 again. Ran right up to it. And bang. Smashing right into that 8 level again. I mean, I'm not going to lie. It's a lot of pressure sharing trades live with people. I don't know how Barry does this. Yeah, no, I normally I listen to music while I'm trading, but I have it on my my Alexa, playing loud. I don't have myself set up for everything that he does the way he does it. So I'll go no. I'll go no music for today. FREY. I haven't heard that in a while. I set a price alert. Ooh, starting to rebound a little bit here. What's the market doing though? Is the market rebounding? Because my concern with FREY is that volume, like plenty of liquidity, obviously, but that volume can leave it trading on its own. No, market's continuing to show weakness, and FREY showing strength here. These are the ones that kind of make me kick myself a little bit for not swing trading, because I'm finding a lot of charts like this still every week. Anybody that goes through my Twitter feed, I don't post every day, but I post now and again. I post a few times a week anyways. And between that and there is a trade ideas account that I am on for Twitter. And I post there too. I am not the trade ideas account that posts some of the things that I think people didn't like. I am a different trade ideas account, but I mostly post on my main account. Free's been on there a whole bunch. Well, Kit set off a price alert on me again. Again, touching that hot stove a second time. Okay. SHFS. This is tough. I mean, the spread closes down, then the spread opens up. I mean, right now you got a 30-cent spread or so, 31 cents. But, following this 8 EMA here on a 15-minute chart does not look terrible. Now it's back down to 7 cents. Just hard when it opens up like that. Because then if I want out, that becomes the challenge. Tops right back down again. I almost took it on that 8 break. Almost. All right, gonna have a look at the races in a minute here. So I see PEGY hanging out here. FWBI. Whoa, what a move from FWBI here. Missed that. Is it SHFS again? I just don't know about that. PEGY continuing to grind here. This range looking interesting still. Okay. Gap. It's interesting. What's the retail sector doing? Retail sector's down, really kind of mimicking the overall market. Interesting. Oh, there goes SHFS exploding through that price alert I had. Again, I look at the spread. Hard to do that for me. Very hard to do that for me. Keep setting off price alerts and teasing me here. Oh, a plug for Michael Noss. If any of you are CMT dues payers or members, charter holders, they're doing the CMT meetup in Toronto, and he's presenting. So you might want to check that out. If you you're on Twitter, you can look Michael up real quick. I think he's got the details there on his Twitter page there. Well, kid's really trying here. Can't seem to get past. Oh, there it goes. Couldn't get past that level. Anyway, took the bounce in that. The more I look at this, the more I'm kicking myself. How extended that was there, but it was. Yeah, I was looking here. Thought I was good. Obviously, I wasn't. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat for a couple of minutes there, so if I missed anything, let me know. Sorry about that. BH. Well, yeah, I think this is a buyout, though. I think, who was it? Pfizer bought them? Yeah, Pfizer bought them. So that's whatever happened between them and Pfizer is what you're seeing there, essentially. Eagle guy. And there's that SHFS right back down again. Whoop, nope, back up. Sorry, I was looking at the price here, 819. That hasn't updated yet. So again, market just kind of fading here at this point. You know, continue to see these numbers trickle. And I'm trying to put a green bar there. The new lows still continue to outpace the new highs, though. I'm rooting for your market. I'm rooting for you. I was watching this kit again. Where'd it go? Did I delete the price alert? Oh, it's right there. Oh, there it is. I'm blind. I was watching this here, just kind of, it was struggling here at that 560. Now 580 seems to be a challenge for it. HUSA jumping back into the fray. Saw blue yesterday. Blue strong again today, it looks like. Okay. Strong is a relative term. Gap down and reversed. So up 4.5 from the open. 4.5% from the open. Only up 1.5% from yesterday's close, though. Well, there goes Kit trying through that 580 level. Nope. Not yet. You gotta wonder how many bag holders you have up here still dumping shares. Tops back towards that 8 level. All right, 1125. I'm sure there's plenty of action out there. However, A lot of things I was watching have become a little sleepy. Tops continues to tease me to get back in. As does Kit. All right, SPY trying to put in a green candle there for on this 15-minute curling up. It's funny, you know, I did too, Posh, before that move anyways. It was on the strength alerts too for this week. You know, before that buyout offer, but I've been watching it since this move here. It's been on my evening scan a bunch. And I think I made a Twitter post even about it, you know, relative strength to the market, kind of messing around. I thought maybe the haters would come after me on that post, but I don't think I have much of a following on Twitter anyway. So with that said, but I mean, Posh now, I don't know, there's much to do with it with this buyout, right? I don't know all the details on it. I don't know if it's officially gone through or it's just an offer or what that is. So, I mean, I guess kind of wouldn't really do anything with it now. And also odd, I think it was Oppenheimer that downgraded them, which I found strange considering the buyout was there. I don't know why they would do that unless they just have a bunch of people that are short it. Yeah, that's exactly it. Oh, that's interesting. Thanks, William. See, I don't pay attention to those things. I really avoid the news like the plague. Oh, is that it for Kit? Is that going to push through now? Volume stayed pretty consistent since the initial downgrade in volume or downturn in volume. INDO just holding around this level here, down, punch down to 8. Yeah, Peter, I've got XLE is up about 1.5%. XOP is actually only up 0.3% right now. But just looking at the overall, and I don't know how Fidelity does it, but you know, everything green here is energy. Got China large cap here. Yeah, everything green is energy. Well, the VXX, but yeah, I didn't pay much attention to the VXX. Tops back up and through 8 now. It's getting that time of day where I don't like to take any trades. I really want this again, though. Interesting. Thanks, Zach. SNTI we're talking about again. SNTI. Oh, nice little reversal on it. So it's up almost 4% from the open. Still got great liquidity. Throw a price alert on that. Working its way into that gap there. Mookie, I see you asking about red to green plays. Depending on the time frame on it, I might be able to help you with something on that. I think the filters you're going to want to focus on are going to be position and range filters. So INDO back up to that 830, and Zach just put out that news post about responsible. Exactly, Lara, responsible. I just love how it's always word salad whenever a news post is made by any politician. You gotta be a freaking decoder to know what they want. IMVT, look at that. Didn't even notice that happened earlier. Again, I don't know how Barry does this. Like early, I wasn't really watching the chat at all. I'm going to be honest. In the first 20 minutes, I wasn't watching the chat almost at all. I was really just focusing on trading. Now I'm focusing on the chat, and I've kind of lost track of stocks. So again, Mookie over in YouTube, just let me know what you're trying to do on a time frame, and I could play around with some scans and send something over. Top's really finding itself in this ascending triangle. You're going to need to resolve one way or the other there, Tops. So SPY closed the last two candles green on the 15-minute chart. Flat at the moment. We'll see what happens. Curious about some of the oil plays I like. P10. What they did after that news. So yeah, that looks good. Nope, not reacting. MGY. MGY, I like that. Yeah, Paradox. I mean, part of me wants to play it against that wedge that's moving up right now. Play it off the low of this and see if I can't take it back to the high of it. But I don't know. This is why I'm holding back right there, that declining volume. Apparently not. And Kit giving it up now. Couldn't get through that area. Spy starting to put another green candle in here, turning up on us. So Mookie, if you look, positive close last night, today weak red open. So FNGR, let me pull that up. Take a look at what you're seeing here. Right, so gap down in reverse like that. All right, let's see. Let's think about that. Yeah, you got it, Mookie. I can't promise anything, but give me a couple minutes and I'll see if I can whip out some kind of template for you. And oh my. Well then. Look at that. SHFS. What a move. And the spread, that's going to halt. Yeah, it's going to halt. I'm surprised it didn't yet. There it is. Bang, halt. Yeah, you got a paradox. So those are two. They're two stocks that I traded well, I'll say, over the last year plus. They've treated me well. VET is another one that has. I've also had some energy stocks not treat me well. But, I have we'll call it a pool of stocks that I like to go to and look at a lot. That I seem to end up on the right side of more than not. I mentioned the other day, Southwestern Energy is one I seem to just not ever end up on the right side of this thing. I look back at the daily chart and I'm like, how do I screw that up? But somehow I have. It is what it is. Win some, lose some, as they say. Okay, let me mess around here with some scanning ideas. There's tops again. It's really going to need to resolve itself here. Now, per CMT text, for those of you CMT fans, ascending triangles resolve this way more often than not. Descending triangles resolve that way more often than not. Those are generally looked at on longer time frames, however. Make of that what you will. There's HUSA, HUSA. And INDO just hanging around here still, not looking terrible again. Defended this 8 EMA here the whole way up, but again, that volume, not so much. We're at a 1140, so I'm probably just going to sit on my hands unless something really jumps at me. Wow, tops blasted right through. And challenged high a day right there too. Right up on it. There it goes. And here's INDO setting off price alert. Top's going moon again. See if INDO, if we can get this. There we go. That's what I want to see. Bit over 840 there. There it is. Bang. Keep me in the loop, Paradox, on that. I'll be curious. I mean, like I said, I don't really trade the pre and post market, but it doesn't mean I'm not ever interested to add another arrow to the quiver. But beautiful move there in INDO finally. Again, I closed out of it before, and I hang tight for a few here. Let's see, all right. SPY continuing to put in some green candles here. Yeah, you got it, Paradox. Happy to leave it open. Unlike Barry, I'm here in my seat till 4:30 regardless. I mean, there's some days I skate out 5 minutes early or something like that for the kids for softball. But other than that, I mean, if I'm here, I'm no reason to not leave it open. What am I looking for? Gap. Oops. Barry's got also a difference. While I'm up at an ungodly hour too. Barry's up at technically a more ungodly hour. I mean, Barry's up. He's got to be up. I don't know, around 4 o'clock his time, I guess, because he's got this thing open at 8. So that only leaves him an hour to get up and get the engine running. So again, very Superman as far as I'm concerned. All right, so we're looking to find stocks that gap down and are going to reverse. So they have to gap down. Position previous day's range. Add that filter. No, let's do previous day's close. Can I do change from previous day close? Duh, change from close, idiot. Oh, thanks, PJ. I'll send that over. Oh, okay, Mookie, you're over in the general room. So PJ just shared a gap down scanner that's from Barry, and I'll continue to put something together, and you can compare the two and see if there's something between the two of them you want to combine or anything like that, or run them both even. Appreciate that, PJ. Thanks. I always forget Barry's got all those scans. That is hardcore paradox. That is hardcore right there. Damn, tops. Gonna do 9. Well, said it had to resolve itself, right? SHFS is now up over 12. That's hysterical. My God, it's going to halt again. Boom, just halted again. Stacking at 14. Man, is this going to pull a HKD? That's wild. So let's go through a few of these here. So IMVT meets criteria, FAZE. What a great move in FAZE, PJ. You caught that. I used to actually do a little archery in my teens when I lived upstate, but nothing quite like what you're talking about working with. A lot more simplistic. I still compound bows, but not on the level you're talking. I'm going to turn this into an alert window now. I got to figure out what alert to use. Guess we could use a new high and crossed above resistance. Pretty simplistic what I got going on here. Let's look at the history from the day though. Well, that's a lot. Oh, I forgot. Jamie just messaged me. Jamie will be over on the YouTube side of things in a couple of minutes here. I'm not used to being the other way. Usually it's me taking over for Barry, not someone taking over for me. Completely forgot. Yeah, Denver. I'm from, well, kind of. I was born in Westchester, and then I moved upstate when I was pretty young, and lived in upstate. Although what I consider upstate and what other people consider upstate is very different. Uh, but I'm from about an hour plus north of Albany. Oh, okay. I was just out that way for a wedding out in Rochester. Wow, tops pushing 10 now. That's crazy. All right, sorry, just trying to figure out how to get this to not send off 1,000 alerts. What do we want to add to it? Let's get rid of that crossed above resistance. So SPY fighting at this 373 level right now. This came on my evening scanner last night, OI, and I foolishly ignored it. Nice move here with that running up to this resistance, but it's the one that can run too. It's had some big moves in it in the past. Well, big to me, anyways. That cleans up that window a little bit. That's better. Let's get rid of these ETFs. I hear that beep. That must mean Jamie is here.
Hey, Chris, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Hola, senor.
I completely forgot you were coming in today.
No worries, no worries.
I'm used to it being the other way where I'm coming in, not someone else.
Exactly. Well, I'm sure you're ready for a little siesta, perhaps.
Yeah. I'm messing around building a red to green scan here for someone on the other side. So yours whenever you want, and I'll come back over in about an hour and relieve you of your duties.
Sure. Let me grab the screen. All right. I think I got it.
You got it. I'll mute myself, but I'm gonna listen in to get a Jamie education on the afternoon here.
Yeah. Well, my activity has been very limited today, but I'm surprised at the little grouping of rippers that
Yes, some serious ones today.
were pretty easy to get a hold of. I left a lot of money on the table, but you know, c'est la vie.
You and me both. But yeah, caught as you said, if you can catch a part of that meat, that's all that matters.
Yeah, because in this red market, I've let too many things go back to flat, and I'm just not playing that game here lately.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Guilty.
All right, sir. We'll see you here in about an hour.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Bye bye. Get my pluma. Let me make a few adjustments here and silence all my electronic devices. Okay. All right. So, pretty interesting on the day. And let's see here, just to make sure, if someone can, just verify you can hear and see me okay, that'd be great. I think we're good to go, but never hurts to check. But interesting action just on the overall markets as a whole. When we're looking at the SPY here, got that nice little close yesterday, and of course, greeted with a little gap down today. It looks like it's trying to defend that level, but we still got a ways to go before the session concludes. Not really creeping back into the green here. We'll see what happens on the remainder of the day. Oh, I got both of those on 5. Let me shift to 15 here. Actually, we're gonna keep this on 5 here right now while we look at a few things. All right, thank you, George, Jorge, Jonathan, Tom. All right, so first off, let me show you my fumble of the day. Notice my little top list right here, IPOs, right? Always taking a look, trying to, just basically see if any of the newer issues are doing significant relative volume, right? And of course, what do we have today? SHFS, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days old. and getting up to boogie. And you can see right here, I was like, you know what? That looks pretty interesting. So I went ahead and bought a little piece right here with the notion that we might go test that high, get that range break, and you can see worked like a charm. Now, I've been trading a very long time and I still get in too much of a hurry. All right. So, what I didn't notice was the spread at this point in time. Put in what I thought was a decent stop for this little area right here, not wanting to risk a whole lot. Um, and then looked over and I was stopped out. I'm like, what? And just didn't re-enter for some silly reason because of the spread. And then, of course, we can see what happens here. It breaks, gets halted. Would have turned out to be a nice little trade. Now, the spread now is tightened up pretty good, but earlier it was pretty spready. But just goes to show you, sometimes you spot the trade, try to manage your risk, and you get stopped out unexpectedly. But oh well. There were some other good ones here, which I did not fumble on. And you guys can't hear it over here, but every time tops comes through, I'm hearing tops, tops, tops. Well, played this one pretty decent, but as I was telling Chris earlier, left a lot on the table. All right, felt pretty good getting out up here at these levels, especially with the market conditions, and especially when we're looking at where you know tops has been, where it might be going. So I kind of had my eyes, at the most at this level right here, but I've let a lot of money slide back to break even here lately. So I just wasn't really interested in playing that game this morning. Still a really good little setup here. And what really got my attention early on, number one, Tops was a race winner, right? So that's how I'm populating my list every morning with my races, just like Barry and some of the other guys here. But when we focus on this pre-market range, these are great. Okay, when we see a pre-market range looking like this, once the market opens, we can see right here, this is the first candle. Actually, let me spread that out a little bit. Opening candle here, goes down here and tests the 130. Of course, I've got pre-market, so that 130 is a little questionable there. Just happened to bounce off of it. Not really interested in it until it comes back up here and breaks that level. Now, I saw it making a leg up, and I just went ahead and went a little bit early, and sure enough, it broke. So not too bad, around the 655 area, and peeled out up in the sevens, close to a point on a $6 stock. I'm going to take that most of the time, and you can see what happened later. But boy, let me tell you, I prior couple of weeks, I've been in the exact same situation, thinking, this one's going to run, whether we're red, green, or just kind of flat. And a lot of them peeled back over. FNGR, if you remember that one, um, giving it all back that one day. So I'm just really, staying nimble on my toes right now, taking the money when it's there. And when this happens, what are you going to do? The good news is the trade was spotted, risk was managed, things are working, and in a down market nonetheless. So tops still going. And look at this 5-minute volume down here. Still 23 times normal, rocking 50, 50-ish on the relative side. And tops is, well, tops right now. Get a little bit longer of a view here. Oh, that's the 1 minute. What am I doing there? Yeah, looking at the weekly, you know, probably might even do it today at this level. Getting pretty close there. And if it really gets legs, might get into that upper region of this little area back here. So shipping companies reminds me of the old dry shippers. I can't remember the name of that symbol, but it seems like TOPS is the new version of that. Can't remember that symbol. It used to go crazy all the time, shipping.
Dries, Jamie.
Dry shippers. There we go. DRYS. And of course, check out this float here. 2 million shares in the float, baby. When these things get cooking,
That
you
was the
know,
beginning of me trading, was those shippers.
the dry shippers. What was it?
Yep.
DRYS?
Yep. I don't
It's
think it
not even
exists
it's
anymore.
not even around anymore.
But that
So,
thing from the reverse splits had like a
mhm,
8 billion all-time high or some ridiculous
mhm.
thing like that.
Yeah. And you know what? I
Memories.
know that Tops is not the card company, but every time I see Tops, I'm like,
I think the same thing. I
it's
still have all
baseball
my baseball
cards.
cards. I still have them all.
Yeah. Oh goodness. Okay, so also too, this one was a pretty decent little runner this morning. Of course, did exactly what I thought it would do. It's not pulling a Tops. I was expecting this action out of Tops. Not exactly the case. But once again, not the most conducive pre-market range, but still, we can see here once the open occurred. Now, I didn't play it off that one. I just simply, it had its first little run and then started consolidating sideways here for about 20 minutes. Took a stab at it right there, 240-ish. Ended up, playing those exits pretty good percentage play on a small dollar stock there. Now, you know, eyes were kind of focused over here as to when it might put on the brakes, and we can see a wick right up to that area and then backed off accordingly. So at least I don't have to pull my hair and grind my teeth over leaving money on the table on that one. Let's see here. Somebody trying to get going. MG&I. We're going to leave that one alone for now. PBR never could really just get going there, and as you can see there, not really giving things a whole lot of room. So just a little bit worse than scratch on PBR. Of course, all the way back down and coming back. Ooh, there's SHFS. Got to rub it in my face just a little bit more, but that's okay. Here's one that I'm kicking myself for not taking. I had knocked out a pretty good morning, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know about this one. We can see the pre-market range that had been put in here. Um, Opens significantly lower, but goes up here and pops it. I see it about right here at that first little wick through, and I'm just thinking to myself, it's just a little too much energy expenditure. It's already went from 787 up to 830. Yeah, I'm not gonna take that one. Of course, we can see what it did. Would have been nice at 835. Would have been good for over a point, but oh well. Just goes to show you the power of these pre-market range breaks, even though we did have significant energy expenditure over a 5, 10, 15, 30-minute period there. There was still plenty of fuel left in the tank. Would have made a good one, but oh well. If the market weren't so red, probably would have taken a stab at that, but just wanted to protect what I had made already in the face of the red market. But Peggy's still doing some significant volume. When I see these levels right here, even if it's in the first 5, 10, 15 minutes, that's a pretty good sign. A lot of the times, the ones that are doing 20, 30 times normal 5-minute volume, of course, you're always going to have high relative volume with that as well. And once again, a low floater, only not quite 5.5 million shares in the float. And this thing's already kicked out 85 million shares. Pretty insane. Pineapple Energy. I've never really looked to see exactly what segment. Solar. Okay. Hawaii. Thus the name pineapple. Interesting. So PBR wasn't going to take a big risk in that one. Fumbled on my stop loss entry with a big spread on SHFS. Rhythm, I was just saying I didn't want to take a chance on the other one because of the energy expenditure, but for some reason I felt compelled to take a little stab at Rhythm. Was looking at the 1 minute time frame at the time and thought a pullback was done, and that was not the case. But once again, not risking a whole lot there. GLBS, let's see here. Yep, having a decent little run as well. MG&I still going. That's pretty much it. Traded 5 names this morning and just kind of keeping the powder dry, seeing what happens next. Speaking of IPOs, this little guy lit up pretty good today. A lot of action in the pre-market, 325 all the way up to almost $6 there. Nauticus Robotics, pretty young issue here. Let's do an anchored VWAP real quick. First day of trading. Oh, look where it stopped. Got frisky, bumped into that anchored VWAP, and pulled back accordingly. Amazingly liquid in this one today. 30 million in the float, 34 million traded today. Keeping a 2-3 cent spread most of the trading session. And check out the 5-minute volume down here, almost 70 times normal. I mean, even though we're red, it seems like the market's kind of simmering down a little bit as we try to defend this level here. Nice save off the 10 period yesterday. So hopefully for the bulls out there, we can defend this level, march sideways for a couple of days and defend that level. Well, maybe we'll take a crack at going on to the next level up. All right, let's see how many stocks. And this is kind of an interesting testament here because what I'm typically doing, at least for the first 15 minutes straight, any race winner that comes across, I'm simply clicking on it and hitting the old like button. So how many did I have today? Quite a few. I'm much too lazy to count these manually. So let me see here. Okay, 42, yep, 42 stocks, of which I only traded 5. I mean, that's fine. That's pretty much the way I prefer it. Because out of those 42 stocks, I could really say only 4 looked really choice. The one that I was kind of silly with was the RYTM. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. But in the end, it only takes one. And this alert window has been extremely quiet with with the exception of the decent runners. Of course, there's Kit. That would have been not good. Oh, we got a newcomer here. Let's see. A little too thin for my taste. Well, I say that there's only a penny spread in it right now, but it just doesn't look like it's got a lot of room there. Hey, Nanesh, can you show us your race setup? Sure. Okay. So 3 main races here. Notice the title over here, Dawn of the Dead. That is a top list that Andy Lindelof created, wow, years ago, trying to find stocks that have been beaten down and they're starting to make moves. So I like to watch this one for sure. And if we take a look at the setup here, let's just first we'll take a look at the top list and just check out the config. So here's the filter set using the earnings per share basically to get rid of any ETFs that might be coming through between 1 and 30. In the lifetime range, can't be any more than higher than the bottom 10% here. And the position in 5-day range has to be in the upper 10%. Average daily volume 300,000, pretty vanilla there. So there's the simple config giving you those stocks that have been beaten down that are no that are in the bottom 10% of their range. So that's pretty much where the Dawn of the Dead comes from. And then this one is showing you that the zombie is starting to get up and walk. And it's going to try to move higher. Maybe it does, maybe it does not. So that's the underlying top list. As far as the race setup goes, and you're going to notice this on all my races. I like to watch 1-minute races. All right, helps me. Well, it's just a personal preference, but it gives me the symbols quicker. Okay, that way I have the potential to catch them quicker, based on change from the open and sorted by delta value. And you're going to see over here, change from the open is going to have the same config here. 10 race lanes, 1-minute races, based on change from the open and sort on the delta value. And I have all mine set to auto start right on the open. Now we'll go ahead and look at this one because this is looking at change from the open for the Dawn of the Dead based on the filter configuration. But when we look at my positive change from open, it's more of a generic and we're not using near as much filtering, pretty bare bones. Oops, hit the wrong thing there. Okay, where's my top list? There we go. Okay, so you'll notice the filter set here is pretty minuscule. Just capping the price between 1 and 30. Got to be doing a relative volume of 2. Typically on the open, that's easily achievable. I could probably either take that out or run it up to 10. It probably wouldn't make a difference. But the config is the same. Change from open, sorted by delta value, 10 lanes, and 1-minute races. Once again, starting right on the open there. So the only difference between this one has more filters because it's looking for the beat down stocks. This one, just a simple between 1 and 30 and relative volume of 2. Now this guy here, a little bit different. There's my 1 and 30, there's that again. And volume today has to be at least 200,000. However, the main column here is based on change in the 1 minute period, percentage. Okay. All the other things are the same. 1 minute races, 10 lanes, auto start at 8:30, sort by delta value. So this is going to be showing me the stocks that are moving the most up in a 1 minute period. In other words, change in 1 minute. Now, the only catch here is that by default, 1 minute change is not available in a top list. So how do we fix that? Well, we just use a custom filter. So let me get back in the top list here. And you'll notice it's not part of my filter configuration here, but we have to tell the race which column in the top list to sort by. And you can see U45 is my change in 1 minute. So even though it's not part of the config, it is a column, and therefore I can tell the races to watch it. So if anybody wants the formula for the 1 minute change, I'll grab it real quick and drop it in the chat, and you can add it to your top list. And we're looking for U45. Well, something grabbed it. Hold on. All right, real simple formula. And here it is. All right, Teddy, do you ever buy a race winner that stays flat for a while? Yes, it just kind of depends on, you know, what the flatness looks like, right? If we go back to Peggy, see this little area of flatness, or what we could call consolidation? And those are 5 minute candles. So we popped that high, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 for about 20 minutes there. I mean, we tried, came back down for that, but that's a little 20-minute or so consolidation. If we go smaller time frame, probably a little bit more obvious, right? See this little area of congestion or consolidation before a move higher. More of a flagging. We got the kind of a bull flaggy pattern there on the smaller time frame. A run up, some sideways action, setting up for a move higher. Typically at this time of the day, if I am looking, I'm looking at 15-minute candles now and not looking at the pre-market. Here you can also see the consolidation, but over a 30-minute period just with the two 15-minute candles. I just like to have more candles to look at, especially in that opening 15, 30-minute period. Yep, exactly, Nanesh. That is you hit the nail on the head. The races help you catch the big movers quicker than just watching a top list, right? And to that point, that was a nice setup en route. That one wasn't coming across early. But once again, getting back to Nanesh's comment there, if we open the top list and let's just say we're watching change in 1 minute, well, sure, you can go through here and scan for them, right? But that's a lot different than having the races show them to you. It's just a different way of perceiving, right? because even though this guy moved up 87 cents or now $1.37 in the prior 1 minute, what's doing it right now, right? Or maybe one of these laggers is moving a higher percentage. So that is the magic within the races, to show you things from a different perspective. And we've said this throughout the years with trade ideas. We can take the same information that's been around for as long as the market has, but give you different ways to perceive it or different ways to view it. And when you get something like that, well, that's what we call an edge. And it doesn't matter what type of trading you do, whether it's intraday or swing, you got to have an edge. Phase. Yeah, Teddy, kind of my rule of thumb, when I was making these exits on tops and Peggy earlier, you know, especially with these market conditions, I was up 10% pretty quick in both of those. So I'd peel off half, and then, wait for another push. Of course, tops got halted. Um, and I was sitting there, I think it was a 5 minute halt on tops. And I'm sitting there watching the halt resume window. And next thing you know, I hear it ripping through my new high ticker before I even see that the halt has been lifted. And boy, talk about fast. I mean, that thing, you might be up at this level, which was 840-ish, or actually the top of this candle here. And by the time you go to sell it, you're getting 730, right? At 1 minute at 780, hit market sell, boom, take some big slippage there. But that's the nature of a fast mover and a halt. Now it did set up again, right? This is a beautiful setup for the remainder of the day. Even if we take that high wick there of 852, I mean, that's a gorgeous range break right there. 846, almost 3 points, if you took the or if you took the range break on tops there. So a lot of these big rippers, race winners, they've got, mini legs, right? Of course, they go straight up for a while. They either get halted, but then, the longer term here, it's a beautiful setup in tops. Peggy looked like it was going to set up, but it did not. Okay, let's take a look at phase here. Holding, and it's had a massive volume. I stop below the area being held. Yeah, definitely potential for a rounded bottom there. If your stop's right outside of, if I had to guess, boom, blew through the 10, but it looks like the 20 period is trying to keep it afloat. And yeah, if we get this, we could very well get this little bottoming action here. Plenty of time to see if that comes to life. Of course, first order of business would be reclaiming that 10 period there. You guys will have to forgive me. I'm going to try not to cough or sneeze in your ear. So if you hear me muting, it's just because that's going on. Here in Texas, the seasons are changing and everybody's allergies are going a little crazy. I'm seeing some flickering on the StreamYard channel. Are you guys seeing that flickering? Hopefully not. Now the volume slowly starting to get eked out of tops. Peggy's still cranking. This one could very well take another run here. I'll be keeping my eyes on it, but I'm still, you gotta remember. Well, let's do this as well, since Peggy's not that old. Well, how do you like that? Look at that. Look at that little kiss of the anchored VWAP, and that's exactly where it stopped. Amazing. One to watch moving forward. You never know what day will be the action day. AMV. That one's probably going to see some action soon, I would think. I can't tell you how many. The market is just littered with what you see right here. IPO, where this thing opened at 30 bucks, 30 and 11 cents, runs all the way to almost 250 before getting creamed, now residing at the $12 level. That is the epitome of a bag holder up there. But lots of those out there. Teddy's question, why would you take range breaks over something that spiked but is holding? Not necessarily from a statistical standpoint. It's just, if we use the hunting analogy, if the market is the forest and the opening range break, otherwise known as an orb, is an animal, it's probably like the rabbit of the forest. There's so many of them out there every day to choose from. Of course, finding them all with the right timing isn't easy because, once again, let's look at the tops example. It doesn't get any more simple than this, right? Oh, look, if I can catch it right here, it's it has a very good chance of continuing. And if we have accelerated volume on the relative scale, as well as the smaller time frames, you got a good chance. And risk is low, right? Even though I played it early today, which has kind of been my motif lately, the prior 15-minute candle, the bottom, not the entry candle, but the bottom of that candle slightly outside would be your risk. And we want a multiple of risk, hopefully. A 1-to-1's okay, but I'd rather have a 2-to-1, maybe even a 3-to-1. So how many times could we move that in there? Okay. So if you have this nice calm action, risk is always going to be hopefully smaller than potential return. Okay. So we could probably fit that guy in there at least 3 times with probably a little bit left over. So the range breaks, the nice ones like tops here, that's the reason I like these. Now, there's nothing wrong. Obviously this one did run up in the first 30 minutes. We moved from 523 up to 743. That's a huge percentage move. It just doesn't look that big here, but the bottom of that candle, 528, and the high of that one is 786. So that thing moved 2.5 bucks from 534. That is a big move. And then it consolidates and breaks out again. So you see, that fits what you're describing there. Well, you can see here, Teddy, I was like, I'm not looking this trade, this gift horse in the mouth. I made a good percentage, you know, in this move here from 652. I almost made a point on a $6 stock after it had moved a point and change already. So I'm thinking to myself, it's already moved that much. I just took another 10% out of it. I'm out. I'm out. Simple as that. Now, could have made a lot more money, but I can tell you this, over time in this market, over the past couple of weeks, I've been doing that and they've been peeling back on me, right? So I'm never going to sell the top. Every once in a while, I will, because that's the psychological aspects, going, oh, I'm going to keep this one because it's going to be the big winner of the day. Well, believe me, I've been through that before, right? It, uh, it doesn't work out well a lot of the time. I'd rather just take a little bit here and there, take a little bit here and there. Every once in a while, I will get into one that keeps on going, but very rarely am I going to hold the whole position during that time period, right? If I'm lucky, I might have a third at the tops, a half of the position left over. Um, but having the idea that you're always going to be in the big winner for the day, for me anyway, is detrimental. And that all goes back to your rule set, right? So finger went on a big rip the other day on the third, came all the way back down. What did we top at? 617, came all the way back down to 456. Okay. I was in that trade. I let it come all the way back on the second half. So, you just never know which ones. I mean, it doesn't matter what the chart says, if there's room. Sometimes they keep going, sometimes they don't. But the charts are all we have to try and figure out where the next level of support or resistance may be. So Teddy, I hope that makes sense. Now, let's say I had a banner, let's say one day in the future, could be tomorrow, could be the next day, could be someday next week. Let's just say I have a great morning, uh, scalping off the open, right? And then wait, hit some nice setups. So I'm up significantly, and I just happen to get in one that just starts ripping. In that circumstance, I might think to myself, well, I've already had my day. I've got things locked in. I got one position open. I'm up 10% in it. You know what? I'm going to roll the dice on this one. And for me, rolling the dice would be, well, I'll just set a break even stop. I'm either going to be a hero or a zero in this stock, but you know, only if those circumstances existed. You know, if I was flat on the day, nope, that's not the way I would treat that trade. So you have to be able to kind of size things up depending on the day. But the one thing you can never break is your rule set, right? But you can adjust. And that's one of the things about being a trader is on certain days, after you get a feel, you know, are you going to push it today? Are you going to add to some of those winners as they break out again? And, that's where the subjectiveness of trading comes into play, more of the art form versus the technical and mechanical aspects. And that's exactly what gets people in trouble sometimes. Today, I stuck to my rule set. Okay, when I get up a certain percentage in this market, I'm taking the money. I see tops keep going. Um, I see the SHFS keep going. And a lot of the times, believe me, I've been through this many times in the past. That'll get your blood boiling. You're like, well, I'm going back in. Next thing you know, you're chewed up. You've given back what you were up. And that is only due to your mental state, right? Yeah, the AI in this volatile market has been struggling. I have not been paying a whole lot of attention to it myself, but let me see if I've even got it here. AI strategy trades. I had it minimized, and this is the first time I've looked at it today. It appears to be not trading. Yep, that's the right date. I don't think I'm filtering anything out. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure somebody else can confirm no trades on that. We've got a project going on behind the scenes. We're developing some new server tech. It just hasn't come online yet. At some point, the AI will get an overhaul, enhance the logic. And I'll usually have it running just kind of on the side here because, a lot of the times one of the AI trades will look good. It'll be along the lines of what I typically look for in a trade. So, that's the way I've always used the AI, is just as another type of alert window that's based around statistic viability. Yes, AI is in cash today. And that is true. No action is an action. Another one of the things that especially newer traders have a hard time grasping is if you're not sure, it's best not to put any money on the line. All right, well, somebody's firing up their leaf blower. That's just great. Ah, it's my guys. Okay, well, they got here early. Could very well be the last mowing job of the season. Hopefully you guys aren't hearing that background noise.
You're clear, Jamie. I'm still listening on you. I'm snooping and listening to all
I'm
these
like, I
gems
never did
here.
get my crisp activated.
But no, I don't hear it on my end there.
Okay, good. I can certainly hear it. All right, looks like questions panel is caught up. Let's see if phase is holding up or not. Trying. It's off the lows. Also, a stock that hasn't been around. I remember when this one just came out. Doesn't seem like that many days ago, Chris.
No, I was looking at that earlier. Actually, there's someone in the main room, PJ, had pointed it out, asked me something about it with volume when I had about 600,000 shares traded. And I said, at this time of the day, that's an all right amount of volume. I'd like to see it make a 6 break, get into that gap. And then next thing I know, it was taking off before I even realized it. So no, it was a really, really, really nice move in that for sure.
Yeah. Got to be nimble on that one.
On a lot of these, you were talking about tops before, leaving money on the table. I like you, I jumped really early on tops. I got 621 on that first 15-minute candle. And
nice.
then, I sold some, going all the way up before 8 or before 7, and I felt like a genius. And then the thing just took off. And I was like, all right, well, I guess I'm not that much of a genius.
Sorry.
Finger breaking $8 now here. FNGR.
Yep. That one went crazy in post market the other day.
I saw that. So for the main room, I'm talking with Jamie over in YouTube.
Well, when the session first started, I was like, yeah, this is too thin for my taste. Of course, 4 cents, but still, it's just the power of the pattern, hugging that 10 period, boom. That's why I
I mean,
like
that's up
those.
700,000 shares. I mean, that's not nothing to sneeze at.
No, and for some reason, I'm not seeing the spread here. There we go. Yeah, it's a penny spread. I don't know how
penny
thick it is,
spread.
but it probably could have knocked out at least. Hey, take 3,000 shares, make $120.
Yeah. AVDL, another one. I caught that about 20, 25 minutes ago or so coming through the races. I'm guessing around 670 or so is when I noticed it. And a nice move off of that. I didn't see any news. We were talking about it in the room. Still, it's just under 700,000 shares traded. But like you said, the power of the pattern, how it's hugging that. You got the 10 SMA, I've got an 8 EMA, but they're more or less pretty comparable.
Absolutely. Another one, 732, 746. Yeah, I was gonna look at that finger from, it was post day before yesterday. It went up there and tapped 10. But boy, what crazy action on that finger.
Some of these I was talking about with Michael yesterday, thinking about taking relatively large share sizes on these, killing most of the trade and then really letting it ride. I mean, it's hard. It's just, it's a mental thing to get over for me. But,
and that, Andy does that a lot too. He's like,
I know he
I'll
does.
oversize and scalp out, and then you got a buffer and you say, okay, break even, or half of what I just scalped, is the risk, or, whatever, a tenth, a quarter, whatever.
But, I mean, you look at some of these runners like, BEAT, that's poking its head up again a little bit here after that sell off on Monday. But I mean, imagine, in that 2 break a couple of weeks ago, again, before it goes on that run, you grab some at, 230 or 240 or whatever it is. And you take a huge share lot and you're out at, 250, 60, 70, and, move that stop back up to break even or something like that. And you get stopped out, so be it, but you still made a nice mint on it.
And that rounded bottom there before that break on the daily is
that's exactly it.
Little smiley face right here,
I mean, how many of those this is what drives me nuts and why we don't, this is what drives me nuts not getting more traction with these races. Look how many of these winners we're finding every single week. I mean, we're finding, 4, 5, 6 of these winners every single week. Not every day, but I mean, there's a number of them every week.
Yep.
Just nobody else can do this. There's just nobody else does it.
Yep. That is true. Matter of fact, if today, if the action that we had today through the races was the same every day, I'd be like, okay, this is perfect. A red market.
And
finding the stocks that move up 10%.
SPY's threatening to go green here right now.
Oh yeah, it's trying.
Almost at the low of the last 15-minute candle from yesterday right now.
If I had to place a bet, and of course I could, but I'm not. But if you put a gun to my head, I'd say, okay, today's Wednesday. We get a close above this tomorrow. I think we're going to be pecking at this level, maybe before the week's out.
I thought so too. I just, it was a nice sell-off that we just had when we crashed back under 400 again on the SPY. It was a real good crash back through it. And I mean, I constantly say, perhaps we're ready to make the bull turn. Who knows? The bottoms are always picked in retrospect. They're never, obviously, never.
It just doesn't feel bottomy right here.
Oh no, I don't think
it
it's
just
bottomy
doesn't
at
feel
all.
bottomy. It's hard to ignore all of the macroeconomic things that are going on, but what's the old saying? The economy is not the market.
That's exactly it. And if so I was in a spaces with Fami and some other people a couple of weeks ago, and he specifically said he doesn't overly focus on the macroeconomics, surely because you can pick apart every economy with macroeconomics. They all look
Sure.
terrible all the
Mm-hmm.
time. But if we did that, we'd never have markets that went up. So
Yep.
at what point is enough on the bad news and the good news starts to mean something again? I'm with you. I don't think we're in a bottom. Are we in a bottoming pattern? Maybe, but we could be in a bottoming pattern for 2 years for all I know.
Right, and then the little paradigm shifts are always happening in the markets. Now it's all the majority of these movers
Mm-hmm.
are pharmaceutical stocks, biotech stocks. Then you got the electric vehicles and the power.
Well, that's exactly it. That was another one that I thought was a great thing that I heard in the spaces too. And Michael had said it and someone else had said it. The things that led us into this mess will not lead us out of this mess.
Mm-hmm.
So, your Zooms and your Pelotons and your DraftKings and whoever else is out there, a lot of your ARC stuff, that will not lead us back out of this.
Absolutely.
You're going to look for leadership elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So, but, try not to call myself a perma bull, but I'm always rooting for it. Everyone with 401ks and retirements, hate to see anybody get hurt. I mean, it is part of the environment that we participate in, and you have to take the lumps with the wins. But
oh yeah, timing. It's inevitable. I mean, there's always going to be a certain amount of the populace retiring or trying to retire. Right.
exactly.
They're like, oh yeah, my window's 4 years out. And of course that'll be 2008 time or this time. I know a buddy that's in that boat, and it's unfortunate, but it happens.
That's exactly it. So I'm looking at some of these, I'm calling them like sleepy movers, BLUE, up, gap down and reversed. And while, it's traded 2.7 million shares, it's like, it just feels like it's a sleepy 2.7 million shares.
What symbol?
BLUE.
Oh, blue.
It's right into a big resistance area on a daily chart. But
Yeah.
I'm just looking at some of these that, if we get a big bounce, these might be some of the names you want to be looking at here. BLUE is
relatively
one.
Strong. Well,
Posh had been
relative
one up until
strength
that
coming
buyout.
up. Poshmark.
I mean, it had a good looking daily chart here for a minute. Now it's that's all over now with the buyout.
Yep, and then of course, soup du jour, disaster. I mean,
yeah.
Hey, look, we're reverse splitting. Okay. Kiss of death right up here.
Yeah. Well, there's a period of time, anything that reverse split went nuts for a while. I mean, there's still some that are doing it, but I remember there's a good couple of weeks.
Well, yeah, that one not too long ago that went bonkers to the upside. But the majority of the time, they don't do that.
No.
They do it to the other side. They just do it to the downside.
Exactly. Watching this AVDL, and I kind of have, it's not a hard and fast rule, but I don't generally take trades in between 11:45-ish Eastern and 2:15, 2:30. Just feel like there's a lot of head fakes in the lunch hours.
Oh, heck yeah. And then the New York lunch hour. Lester is asking, do you think it's a good time for dollar cost averaging for a long time frame? Well, man, I'm not even going to go there.
I mean, what's your long-term time frame? Is it 3 years? Is it 5 years? If it's 10 years, then sure, why not, right? Unless we have a Japan situation where our markets go nowhere for 30 years.
Right.
But how could you possibly, there's no way to predict any of those things like that. But I mean, consider where all-time highs are in the overall market, consider where we are, consider where we can go. I've said, I think we could really grind down to 300 on the SPY. Will we? have no idea. But, I don't think that's unreasonable given
Well,
the
and then,
situation out there.
based on what Andy was telling us, that he attended the Traders for a Cause
Right.
conference, and there's a lot of people out there that are smarter than me saying that it's on the table. Is it going to happen? Don't know, but it's definitely on the table.
That's exactly it. So, I mean, I think if you have a really long time horizon, 10 and 15 years, I'd say something like staying vigilant. So, someone that I follow and have a lot of interactions with through Twitter, Jim O'Shaughnessy, he has these different funds and different ways that he looks at the market that are pretty great. And, he buys, bi-monthly no matter what, based on what what his macro, he's looking at a bigger picture, but he buys twice a month no matter what into whatever the stocks are meeting. It's more fundamental based for him, but that's it. And Jim's done pretty well over the years. He's not he's obviously no Warren Buffett, but Jim's worth probably several $billions himself. So
Yes.
having that model that you follow closely and you can prove it works. Dollar cost averaging obviously works. I mean, if someone's in for, I get nothing for plugging his book or anything like that. He's been very, very kind to me over the years. Hitting him back and forth through Twitter and DMs and asking questions. But what works on Wall Street, I think the 4th edition is the last one that was out there, but whatever, obviously is the last edition of it. It's a great read, What Works on Wall Street. Him really breaking down, not using recency bias in these portfolios, some of the stuff going back to the 1930s. He's very transparent in all the data that he uses and where it's coming from. So, if you're looking for a good read and you're looking for more of those long-term timeframes and things like that, especially for you, Lester, I'd really recommend checking out his book there. I think you'd benefit from that greatly. Jim's a total quant.
Good advice on that topic, sir. IMVT is trying to take another leg up.
Yes,
we can see here if it does, we got about 12% to the next level of short-term resistance.
I just realized it's just about 1. So whenever you're ready to peel out, I mean, happy to.
Yeah, they're torturing me over here. Now they're right up on my door with the leaf blowers. So I guess now's as good a time as any. All right, Chris, thanks a bunch. Nice chatting with you.
You got it.
I'll wait for you to grab the screen here before I exit.
Let me grab that. And I think we're good to go. All right, Jamie, thanks a lot. Man. And we'll catch you on the other side.
See you on the flip side. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. So back over on both sides here. I was just chatting with Jamie for a few minutes over in YouTube. Flipping back to this side. The filters are the same in both those. What happened was one was only looking at FNGR. The second one should find it around 1027, I think. Let me open that back up. This is Mookie was asking about that gap down and reverse here. So yeah, let me run the history on this today. And should find it in the 1020 something hour. There's a lot more stocks reversed. History, go to more. There we go. So you should see that come in at yeah, 1027 from that scan right there. I'll share the link again just in case maybe you got it mixed up with another one. And like I said, both the scans were the same. Just one was pointed at only that one stock. Yeah, you got it. And you can set that also here. In history, you can't do it. It's going to show all the alerts no matter what in history. But you can set it. You can go right-click properties and go to don't repeat. Hold on, let me put it on live so I can actually show this properly. So you can go right-click properties, don't repeat, and you can set it. There's a few different options: 1 minute, 5:30, 15:30, so on and so forth. So if you don't want to see the same thing over and over again, or you only want to see it once for the day, however you want to do that. So IMVT, just as Real was pointing out when it was going sideways, now made a little pop up through and trying to poke its head up into that next level, into the rest of this gap here, up around 1040-ish, give or take. All right. Yeah, for the IMVT, really not looking to do anything right now. Not in this hour. It was a nice morning. Maybe we'll get a nice afternoon here too. Well, tops is still very tempting here at this level. Look how well it's obeyed that 8 EMA too. I mean, really obeyed it. On a 15-minute chart there. As we're talking about RMET, a little bit of spike here. Does it look like if we zoom in a little more? There's a big level to get through it there. High from yesterday, so 730 is going to be a huge deal for it. Not a huge float either, not small obviously, but 54 million in that float. So SHFS still making a lot of noise here. Never actually closed below this 8 EMA, but I think I'll just be a spectator on that one for now. And the SPY just continues to look strong and got a cross going on here. A 15-minute chart. So we've got the SPYs crossing here, threatening to go positive on the day. Still got a ways to go, obviously. But interesting nonetheless. Nice call on that, William. Man, you are the master of those shorts. Good stuff. And you're disciplined too. Mess around with some back testing for a minute here. Oh, I don't know, William. I've been watching you for several years. You're not a master. I don't know what to say then. But I mean, your discipline is mastery discipline, no question about that. You know, how you have your rule set and you obey them, you know. And that's a big deal. That's as important as anything, I think. I have huge, it was hard for me to do that. That was some, that discipline was something that was hard for me to get. So I have, such respect for anybody that has that. So wow, KTT right back up again here. I think it's resilient. Super resilient. Oh, again, selfless plug here. I don't know if anybody's not a Trade Idea subscriber already that's kind of poked in, whether you're on the YouTube side or the main room. Just throw if you're interested in the test drive. The early registration's open, so put a link in for that. You'd be able to access the software shortly after market close on the 14th and have access all the way up until roughly midnight of the 31st. So I'll just drop a link if anybody's interested again. Again, it's early registration. You won't have access till shortly after market close. But there you go if anybody's interested. So KITT right back to it. Okay, so I was messing around. I want to do some back testing. Still looking for my holy grail here. There's some strategies that I've worked on. I think in bull markets will fare well for automation, like everybody else seeking that holy grail. But all theory for now till we enter a bull market again. Mm-hmm. Look at INDO. Also back up over 50. Spread 7 cents on it right now. Or not over 50, at 50, I should say. And again, really obeying this 8 EMA here. Blue grinding higher still here. Talked about that much earlier. It's good. It's like the sleepiest 3 million shares ever traded, I feel like, in the stock right now. I think it's really kind of following the market, though. Let's bring over a SPY chart and compare those 15 minutes here. So, yeah, pretty close. Pretty close to mostly just following the market at this point. There's tops coming shooting right back over $10. EDVL, yeah, there it goes. What a move. Great volume, what a move. That's looking better. Wow, tops. What a move off that 10 break again. And again, if anybody has any questions, let me know. I'm just messing around back testing here, so I'm not doing anything overly important that I can't stop, obviously. And the SPY's only down 1/3% now. Whatever that's worth for anybody. Golden Ocean. Make itself a recovery right there. Where's ADVO? B, no, I'm not really watching it for an entry right now. I'm gonna sit on my hands right now till at least the 2 o'clock hour for another 40 minutes. If I miss something, I miss something. But I just I know the SPY's on my side, and there's all the reasons in the world to get involved in a trade, but I just don't think so right now. But I do like this above that level. ADVL. EDVL. Yeah, it's just too extended for me, but I mean, we get a little sideways action here. That volume can stay up. Getting a pop over 8 seems reasonable. I'd like to see a couple of 5-minute candles go sideways or slight pullback to this EMA. Yeah, I'm with William. We're in a bull market till data comes out that says otherwise. Not a bull market, but you know what I mean. I'm with William with his statement. I like William's statement. I'm on board with that. Oh, Sam, how are you? Sorry, just catching up on the chatter there. I'm not as efficient on staying up on it as Barry is. Yeah, you got a paradox. Whew, tops, damn it. Yeah, that's it with INDO right there. That's why I don't want to enter right now. Like I know what it can do. And obviously we've got some rebound in volume with INDO. It's just this time of the day. I can't tell you how many times I've taken a loss on this time of the day and get stopped out and then watch it reverse later in the day, just like I thought it might. So that's why, I'll be patient with this. Tops, and I don't feel a little foolish here when that broke 10. It really looked good. Anyways, it is what it is. I'm playing with the back tester. I'm gonna reset this price alert a little bit up above. That was a short-lived move for BEAT here at this point. Volume's kind of which way it's gonna go. Just gonna throw myself on mute for 1 second here, everybody. Excuse me a moment. Wow, what a move on ADVO. FNGR as well. Damn. Look at that. 8 EMA caught her on the 5, and what a boost off of that. Hamza, I just saw your question over on YouTube. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore that before. I'm not sure what you mean. What do I think the limit will be for it? I mean, to look left on a chart. I think it's no happy accident that finding that as high of the day right now. You know, if it gets through that, then you're looking at 12, you know. I mean, we've got something with this much interest in it. It's hard to say. I think just look for extensions off of these. Well, for me, I'd be looking for extensions off these moving averages now. Sorry, folks, just in some back and forth internal discussions with a bunch of stuff here. Again, anybody with any questions or anything that you need me for, let me know. I think other than that, you're all doing your own things. Okay, I took a small fill in tops. 11:21. I got it. I just can't watch this any longer. So that's probably going to be your top and tops, everybody. I couldn't watch that any longer. Leave the station further without me. Oh, food sounds good right now, Zach. I've got a small share size on it and a wide stop here, so, but it's already not looking so great. A spy putting in a red candle there. Maybe that's it for the day. Wow, what a collapse for AVDL. Holy cow. What a run. Damn. Well then. I think Real has, I just put in the other chat paradox, so 643 on that. So coming off that level down there. Come on, tops. Give me one more nice one to walk away for a while. Go back to my back testing hole. SPY trying to put back in a green candle after a couple of sideways in a red. Beat. You got a paradox. Really, that's all reels work. I just, when I look at it, looks like the level. That's his call. All right, BEAT. A little volume coming into it here, trying to break back away. That's interesting looking. Come on, let's see a bit over 1125 for tops. Rejected off 1120 again. KITT, look at you. Right back up at that level it's been fighting really all day long, right around here at this 565, 570 level. The volume is suspect as compared to the rest of the day, but can't not notice that. Well, you've been just as big a help to me, I think, Paradox. So two-way street here. And some of the post-market stuff that you posted yesterday really got me intrigued. Oh, come on, Tops. SOBR, whoa. What are you doing? Hello. Okay. I'm going to guess that's a big nothing burger. But we'll throw a price alert just in case. And there goes KITT. Right back, trying to fight at that 580 level again. Right through it now. Yeah. Volume really coming back into it a little bit here. Look at this 5-minute candle, 3 minutes to go as compared to what we have in the past here. Looks the challenge 6, maybe. There it is. And 6. Got some 6 prints. Rejected off it again. And I just got stopped at a tops. Oh well. Ah. KITT. Making a nice move through there. Denver, just in case, I think Barry doesn't like swearing in here. I don't personally care, but I think that's one of Barry's things, so just in case when he comes back. Wow, Top's just completely collapsing right there. You know, as they say, that's what we have stops for. Hate handing money back. I can personally go back and forth between having the swear words spewing out of me and then not at all. I guess part of it depends on my company, but I know that from my original, from my first couple of months in here. All right, Tops, I see you. Oh yeah, thanks. I still consider my look at Paradox. I still consider myself a new trader. Just several years into it, but I definitely appreciate the positivity and everything. I was saying, the last couple of days, I always forget what a value this room is with everybody that's in here and sharing ideas. I should have waited on tops. I knew I should have waited till like 2:30. Rum. I haven't looked at that since yesterday. Interesting. So I had that big move towards the close yesterday, gap down. You start to get a good amount of data here for looking at relative volume. Use a few more days would be nice. Inside day right now. Interesting. I'm going to stay away though. See if KITT can't push up on high a day here. Just shy of it a few minutes ago. What's that? 638 and 625 on this candle. So like that KITT rejected right off the high of the day, essentially. I think 38 we said was the high of the day, right? Yeah, 38, 37 over here. And so some things are starting to perk up here. Let's see about SOBR. I want to see how volume keep up. Also, again, for such a low float stock, this thing just really grinds. Not ideal. Kit right back down. Yeah, SPY's only red by 0.25% now. Whoa, CNTQ. What the heck? Holy cow. Some BR keeps jumping in my ear. I don't know. I'm just looking at that chart going back to yesterday. What? 8 minutes for this volume candle to end. It's not bad looking, actually. Whoop, and there it is. Bang. Blast up and through 310. Got a 318 print. I'm watching this beat here. That spread is less than ideal. 13 cents right now for a spread on beat. 13 cents is a pretty awful spread for a $4 stock. Yeah, it might have been it for SOBR. And again, I mean, opens up 7-8 cent spread on SOBR on a $3 stock. I'm watching his volume here. Starting to try to pick up here as well on KITT. You got to figure the bag holders that really wanted out, they've had their shot now at this point. had the shot a couple of times to take a small loss or get out near break even anyways. So that may bode well for a setup here. If we can get and claim 6, I might be interested in getting over 6. Starting to fail. Oh, okay. Gotcha, Paradox. Thanks. It's a good point. I just saw what Shady's posting. It's a good point there. Yeah, under that high of the day wasn't. I just felt like it had enough juice that it was going to make a run back at high of day. Obviously, it did not. My reasoning behind my time of day thing is more about volume. I'm big into volume confirming the move, and just looking back at tops. That was probably not my best move right there. Yeah, I picked up on that yesterday, Paradox. For a minute, I wasn't sure if it was like two people, or you were just asking similar things somehow. But after like the third one, I was like, oh, there's no way he's got to be in the YouTube feed listening as well. But yeah, Shady, to your point, you're right. Yeah, it was just a bad entry. Anyways. And there's tops really breaking down now. Looked like that was about to be the move. Whoa, AVDL, are you kidding me? Can't say I saw that coming. So we're at 2:37 right now. 3 o'clock, I'm gonna put myself on mute in both rooms for a little bit, and then I'll come off mute close to 3:30, and I'll just move audio strictly over to the YouTube side, and I'll put the link in there if anybody wants to join. And this way, you guys don't have to listen to me drone on about nonsense you don't care about from the main room. But you have the option if you want to. Sorry, but it just there's a whole bunch of chats coming in here, and apparently nobody else to cover them besides me. So Outkit completely collapsed again. Wow, PEGY jumping right back up at us here. John, 8 EMA for me. And sorry, I just saw that now. Head down in 3 different chats. I have it in high definition on this. So I don't think there's really much else that I can do. I mean, I'm on a 4K monitor. I can try something here. Hold on. Let me know if that makes it any better. But that's the highest definition that I can go. There's nothing else that I can do. All right, let's quit messing with me, software. There. Won't beat making it through that level there. All right, everybody, I'm going to put myself on mute for a few minutes, and I will be back shortly. All right. So I grabbed the little tops there. I put it in the thing at 10:06. I just sold a little up 10:31. I took out about half. And if this thing drops below 10:10, I'm just going to get right out again. Other than that, I'll get ready to wrap up on this side of the room. Like yesterday, I'll leave it open for you folks that want to stick around. And, I just ask that you guys do what you've been doing. I mean, everybody's been pretty great in here. So, it's nothing I could really say bad, obviously. I really appreciate Real and William, you guys watching the chat for me. And, lots of great posting in here. Poe, Shady, Denver, Zach, obviously, always posting really great stuff. Paradox, really appreciate it. So, Dak, same thing. I really appreciate you guys. It's a great team you all have going on in here. A lot of value in here. Michael Anthony over on YouTube. I was on mute for a few minutes, taking a couple minute break. I needed to get out of my chair and stretch my legs a little bit. Even was just standing here for a few minutes and watching Tops dance around my entry. There you go, Tops. There you go. Come on. End this day right for me. Make up for that stop out earlier. Okie dokie. Bad one here. FREY came up and tagged a price alert there. Flopping around here. The NGO. Well, I didn't even realize the SPY went positive. Holy cow. That took me out of tops right there. That dip below 1010. If it can break 1040, I might look at tops one last time here. But 2 for 3 on it, I'll walk away. Okay, I'll walk away happy enough with that. All right, so I'm going to drop, if anybody wants to migrate over to YouTube and listen to me drone on over there about nonsense, I'll drop a link in here in the general chat there. And I'll put myself on mute here. That'll be that. Yeah, so like I said, I'll keep this open until 4:30, and I'll shut it down then. So I thank you all kindly, and like I said, if you want to join me over on YouTube, I'm just going to do my usual rundown, some around the market, and going over some of the things I traded and whatever else. Although I'm sure everybody in YouTube's already listened to it all day. Too bad. So on mute I go for the main room. All right, YouTube land. All right, so I mean, I'm guessing you guys are listening to me the whole day. I don't want to bore you with anything if you don't want to hear it, but too bad, because here I am, and there's people that get invited to this during the day. So in case anybody new is joining, run the regular kind of gambit here for them as well. So sorry, just getting things reset here on my keyboard and a few other items here. And still watching this tops. I've gotten a 1006 entry on it, sold a little at 1029 and a little more at 1036, and then set a stop at 1010 to lock it in. Of course, it tagged me, and I want back in really bad. Look at Kit, too. Holy cow. Talk about resilience. For those that weren't here earlier, I got stopped out of that here on this candle here. Jumped in on this. Which candle did I get in? Did I get in the second 15 or third 15-minute candle? I got in here. This is easy. For my IB account. I didn't trade this in my Thinkorswim account. Most of my tops trading was done on Thinkorswim. Anyways, Kit really resilient. Really draw a trend line on it here, actually. Intraday trend line. Interesting. I almost just took tops. I almost hit that buy button. All right, there we go. Sorry to hear that, Michael Anthony. I had a bit of a cold a little over a week ago. There's just so much congestion in my head, really took me out. Know a few people that have caught. I know a couple of people that just got COVID recently or tested positive for it. A couple of them no symptoms, and then a couple of them were feeling really terrible. So no fun. Not feeling well. Anyways, let's run a few things down here. Let's do kind of our regular thing here. I'm going to keep watching tops around this 1020 area. I might take one more stab at it. I don't normally trade live. This is a new thing for me, and I don't know how I feel about it. But all right, let's run some stuff down. PEGY pushing on that 3 level, and I'd be watching this in a tomorrow. That I might just leave a price alert for this tomorrow. Sorry, I'm just still watching that tops right now. But PEGY, look at this here. And we're at the beginning of this 15-minute bar for volume, and look at how it's at half of what it was the prior 15-minute bar already. So I'd be watching that on a 3 break here. 3 break could get you back up to 330 here, give or take, if it happens. But, you know, we'll see. Run down the top 10. I mean, we talked about tops ad nauseum. I think we're all set there. I don't think there's a whole lot more to comment on that. Sorry, just keep looking at this here at this level. If I can get a fill at this price, I want it on the bid. I'm putting an offer in at the bid here at 1018. See if I can get a hit on it. All right. Tops FNGR, you know, just a grinder all day long. Now, it did close here under that 8 EMA and then again here. But a couple of really nice tradable moves in that for sure. Okay, I got hit on tops at 1018, but it didn't fill me my full lot. Okay, now I'm filled the full lot. All right, back at tops at 1018. Paradox. All right. I'm gonna keep a tight leash on this tops. I'm really not looking to hand it back. I'd like to go 3 for 4 on it today and not 2 for 2. So all right, back into the top 10 here. I'm gonna stick a price alert just to this lower side here, just in case. All right, come on, tops. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. All right, FNGR, SHFS. This was kind of ridiculous. I mean, I don't even know what to say to this here. Coming out of this pattern, I mean, was really strong. Where's my drawing tool? It was really strong catching this 8 EMA, but my problem with this all day long was that spread. I mean, it's 16 cents now, but that spread opened up even more than that at times. And yeah, it jumped down and had 3, 4, 5 cent spreads, but it just was, I don't know, it left me feeling very uncomfortable overall. And so I didn't take it. You know, always hindsight's 2020. But if you took it, you could have made this. I coulda, shoulda, would have. I just didn't see it there. It just didn't feel like a good risk reward for me. There we go, tops. There we go. Come on. Get through that 1030. Get through 1030 and let me sell a little more up here. PEGY, again, we were just talking about that. And nice opening move here on this too. And on a 5-minute chart, as it started to catch up to this 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart, and you had this kind of sideways movement. You got a nice boost off of that there. I was thinking, so I got stopped out, like I said, on KITT, and I was kind of mad at myself because I was looking at both PEGY and KITT. And I went with KITT, obviously, so I got stopped out. And then this made a move. And so I was fairly peeved at myself, but, it was what it was. Gotcha, Paradox. Gotcha. I'm watching that here. So Paradox is also messaging me. Paradox is listening in on the YouTube side, but posting on the main room because he can't post in the YouTube side where he is. And so he's posting about tops with me here. Anywho, so that's kind of what happened there on PEGY. Again, still really interesting here. A lot of volume. Got 6 minutes and change for this volume candle to close, and we're already at the highest volume we've seen since the morning. And keep an eye there. SNTI, here we go. Nice explosion on that. I think Zach had mentioned it in the main room. About a move up to 5 possibly with all the bag holders that are up there. Really nice, really nice, really nice, really nice. So, well, anybody that's holding it from yesterday's move and caught it later in the day, you're getting a shot at your exit. And again, why I like this relative strength from the open, right? SNTI is down from yesterday's close, but it's up 19% from today's open, right? So, and even with that pullback, still ends up strong. And that's why I like to scan the way I am scanning right now. SPY putting in a couple of red bars now. Let's see if that can't hold. Anyways, continue down the line. BH, VN. There's something with Pfizer and a buyout on this here, but obviously huge move today. I mean, 46% from yesterday's close and 40% from the open today. I didn't trade it. I didn't even set a price alert on it today, but huge move and ton of race winners here. So can't knock that at all. And nice steady grinder here on this EMA again all day long. So make of that what you will. AVDL, what a tale of two tapes on this one here. So started seeing this around the 680 level, I want to say, or 670 level. And what a move that it makes, right? And this volume that comes into it. And then I just want to put it on both charts. Just out of nowhere, completely collapses. Now, I will note, got this line drawn right here on it, and I suspect there's a lot of people that were looking at that level there and led to that exit. And, everybody starts rushing for the gates after a big move like that. You get that massive capitulation to the downside on that. So I'll also note, rising tide lifts all boats and all those kind of things like that. So I always like to be as unbiased as I can. So while the scanner worked really wonderful again today, we pretty much did have the market on our side for most of the day, right? So just to, bring over this chart, I think you'll find a lot of things gapped down today and had a nice check mark reverse, just like the rest of the market did here. So, the good, the bad, and the ugly. We got to trade the good markets. We got to trade the bad markets, right? So just kind of noting from that there. All right, and sorry, just continue to move along. So KITT still banging around at these levels here. At 590. Sorry, just a message came in. All right. Moving down, RMED, woof. ugly trade, ugly chart. I know this was pretty active in the main room there throughout the day, both short and long side, but I think some people took some shorts. That worked out well for them. Excuse my yawn. And we just talked SNTI setting off that price alert up above 5 now. And an increase in volume here too. So that's looking pretty handy dandy and healthy. And FAZE, another great move. PJ over in the main room started, inquiring about it. I don't know, somewhere around 550, give or take, was asking. There's about 600,000 shares in volume at it at the time, and really took off after that. He had his eye on it, so it was a real good look from PJ there. And that rounds out that top 10. There's obviously other winners throughout the day and did some crazy things. CNTQ, that was something. Yeah, Peter, HUSA was disappointing. That's why I just never jumped on that one. I know you heard me jump on INDO, and then when it couldn't get through that, you mentioned before too, Peter, that 840 level that I was really struggling at. We couldn't get through that. That's why I closed that. It never materialized. And part of that move was going to be off of news between OPEC and Biden. And I don't want that interfering with what I'm doing with my technical analysis here. So I really thought, at that 820 when I grabbed it in here, I thought it was going to be a good trade, but I also knew that this would be a tough area to get through. Couldn't really get through it, and that was that. That's the way the trade crumbled. HUSA, where is HUSA? There it is. So yeah, HUSA, a lot of similar. Where I've got that price alert, really similar action. Popped up through it, looked like it might be able to make that move, just couldn't, wheel stuck in the ground. GOGL is interesting that you mentioned that. It is a lot of gaps, right? We can see it does have moves too. We can see back here some more sustained moves, but recently, look how much it just gaps and kind of hovers on that gap, right? So I like it. It's just tough when it gaps into resistance and really hangs around that resistance like that, Michael Anthony. So I don't really have an edge on this one, but I think this line is pretty huge right here that I'll say right where it is, 855. Above 855 could have a nice run into the 9 level and then up to 10, I think. So I'd like to see it hold here. I'm just not going to swing trade it, but it's an okay chart, even though, most people know how I feel about stocks and downtrends, but it's a shipper and I believe it ships energy. So I don't hate this chart. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. So make of that what you will. Like I said, just really recent price action is kind of gap and sticking where it is. So, all right, that was that on that. All right, tops, come on. Don't make me a bag holder into the close. All right, so that's some of the more interesting market Terry comment from the day here. IMVT, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Look at this. You get this grind up to high of the day and then came apart, but defended 9 and curling up here again. I mean, this thing is really, extended on a daily chart here, but obviously that means nothing. What a day. It feels like 30 days in one. And again, I don't know how Barry does this all day long. I'm shocked. BHVN again, we're talking about that before, continuing to push up towards those high of the day again. And SNTI, wow, this continues to be strong, pushing up here. Great move. So, well, hopefully anybody that had some poor trade management back here yesterday got themselves out and got out of trouble. While I don't condone poor trade management, I've been a victim of it myself, and I just never want to see anybody get hurt. That's all there is to it, As I always say, I think there's room at the top for everybody, but the people at the top are the ones that are going to manage risk well. So watching a couple of these others, Pac Bio, we talked about that a lot yesterday. Take a look. Haven't heard from it at all today. So gap down and reversal all day long. So it's up nearly 5% from the open, but only up 0.8% from the prior day close. But, strength is strength. And if we look at the overall market, William in the main room made a comment that, his comment is, we're in a bull market till we get, some more inflation and jobs numbers and things like that. And I like that comment in the sense that, William isn't saying it's now a bull market, bear market's done. He's just saying we'll see a rebound for now until we get something that's going to take us back down. And I like that comment. I'm on board with that. That's not to say we can't just roll over and sell off without some kind of news coming out, but it has reason that we could have a bounce after the big sell-off that we had. Bulls got trapped here. Bears slaughtered them, right? We took out yearly lows. We took them out pretty well, right? And so bounce back into this pocket up here seems very reasonable before a bounce back down this way, I think. Or a sell-off back down that way, whatever you want to call it. So I don't think that's unreasonable at all. Sorry, I'm still holding an ADEA position from yesterday. It was my first swing trade in a long time. I took some yesterday on an 8 break and sold some out up in these areas in here. And I'm still holding some right now, but I'm debating whether I want to hold that or not. It's this new issue, and it's, no real chart resistance above, so. Reversal candles on a race, I would use price alerts like I do, essentially. I've been moving my price alerts up and down all day long. That would be mine. I do have like a pullback race, and you could see how I have that here. I'll load it. Let me see if I can find a pullback. So first I'll share it out, and then you can, take it and see what I did with it. Now let me pull it up here. And so what I did with this here is I'm looking at stocks in the position of the range. They got to be 25% off the high of the day, but they can't be more than 50% off the low of the day as well. So I don't want to see something that's completely come undone, but I want to see it off the high of the day like that. And I just gave this price minimum that, and then I'm sorting on position from the open still. So I'm still looking at the strongest stocks from the open, but aren't at the high of the day essentially. So that my recommendation with that, Lester, would be something to that effect. You can also, think about some other filters here, maybe change and finding stuff that's been negative over a certain amount of time, but still strong from the open, for example, right? That might be a way to play at it, or position. So you've got position 5, 15, all the way up to 30-minute ranges as well. And so you might find a way to play it like that as well. Those would be the areas that I would point you to like that. SPY selling off a little bit here. And Kit comes rocking right back through. $6 again, and right back below it and right back above it. So resilient little stock today. And here's Mara. That was a high flyer yesterday, right? Gap down and reversing here. So interesting, as the market sells off, you got some of these stocks trying to close strong right now. Yeah, it has pullbacks, but it's using a 5-minute high, I believe, on that. I can load that up. Starter. Pull that over. Pullback 5-minute high. Yeah. So what I did here was this. Looking at stocks, going to be just up from the close, $5 to $100 relative volume 2. There's a minimum volume, so they got to be off the high of the day. They can't be higher than more than 60% above the high of the day, right? But they'll be the catalyst to get the alert is a 5-minute high, is what I've done there with that alert there. So again, looking for things that have pulled back a certain amount off the high of the day, and then trying to move back up again. But they also have to be up from the prior day's close. So again, the idea behind it is that, let's see what came through REK. Hopefully it's a decent looking chart. So yeah, the idea here is that, it's alerting here. You're up on the day, you pulled back, but it's making a move back up again. Not the greatest look, but it's there nonetheless. Yeah, good call, Jonathan. That's similar to the concept of what I did in this race here. Very similar. This, I made it a little tighter on the pullback, though. Not quite as loose as I made it on the alert window. So that, exactly, same thought process. Thank you, Jonathan. Good looks. Yeah, Fed people are speaking all the time. Not much we can do about it. Sorry, I was just looking at some emails that were coming in. I'm still trying to figure out what I do with this position in ADEA. I think I'm going to close it. Oh, REK short real estate. Ain't that something? Let me drop that out of the way. So SNTI here, showing some real strength into the close with this bottoming shadow right there. KITT showing some strength, trying to close up above 6. However, strength on the close, weakness on below this line. But we'll see. We'll see. As the saying goes, hard telling, not knowing. Which is the starter layout. So it's a layout that I created and we put in the user's guide. I can share it with you here and you can take a look. It was just to give new users, something simple to look at and a few different ideas in scanning. But it's just built around alert windows, really. No racing in it. You can add anything you want to it, of course. So FNGR. Also trying to make a strong close. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me in YouTube still? Because it was just telling me I was having internet issues for YouTube. All right. Thanks, Jonathan. So here's the SPY coming into the last moment here. All right. Thanks, Paradox. Appreciate it. Perfect. Todd, Lester, thank you. You know, strange. It gave me a message having trouble connecting. Please check your internet connection. I'm hardwired in. Oh, less than. I traded 1.4 million on the day. All right, I filled it. Tomorrow's a new day to revisit if it shows up on the races. We'll walk away a winner. All right, so that's a wrap on the market. SPY, whoops, that's PY. SPY sold off on us here at the end, and that's a good sell-off to bring us back negative. 3 candles down to close, and of course it's going to bounce right away now into the after hours. So make of that what you will. KITT, watch this one in the post market. Let's stick a price alert up above. We'll see what happens in the next couple of minutes here. You're welcome, Mookie. You have a great one too. Appreciate it. So NSCC score 81. NSCC? No, NSSC. So no, not a good look into the close, but I think one of the things that bodes well for the score here is this position in lifetime. 31, and we're at 28. So I think that's one of the things you're going to look at. And let's see. Well, that debt to cash ratio and revenue is not great. Oh, no, sorry. I'm looking at 1.1 billion market cap. No, that debt to cash ratio is great. Look at that debt to cash ratio and look at the revenues. So that's a healthy looking company technically. That's a good looking chart overall. And pretty good looking fundamental set. Now, I will say I don't like this. And last time we saw something like that, that's what happened, right? And we saw that here again too. But we could also say we saw it here in a bounce and here in a bounce too, right? So, and here in a bounce. That 28 level's big. That 28 level is huge. Got a good size short float and short growth on that as well. Not a liquid stock. Not a ton of volume. Interesting nonetheless. If that reclaimed 29, if it were to reclaim 29, I'd be a lot more interested in it. Mike C, what's happening, dude? Yeah, trying. Doing what I can as one person here. Hmm. Interesting. That tail was not on the SPY candle when it looked like it first closed a moment ago. The chart had a second catching up. That would seem odd to me. All right. Won't overthink this one. You're welcome, Jonathan. Sounds good. I'll be looking forward to it. Appreciate you being here. And best of luck on the internet issues. I've been there too many times to think about it. Whoa, ADEA. Odd. I've got 776 prints here. My charts aren't registering yet. 776, 783. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm sure it'll open at 9 tomorrow, just to tease me. No trades today, Mike C. All right. You can get at it tomorrow. Michael, can you check CPG, REI, and EGY? Guessing all energy companies. CPG, that's interesting. Wish it had a better range. You're kind of in no man's land right now. But above the 730 level here, 8, and then it's a sharp move to 10. Not saying that happens, obviously, you know that, but I'd say the low of yesterday, if you take out the low of yesterday, good night, Gracie. That's what I see on CPG. REI. No, I don't really care for this at all. Just, look how hard it's got to work to get up to $5, right? And it's only 77 million in the float. The thing just has no range, no depth. And if it's going to be a story or fundamentals, so be it. But that's not what would get me in a trade. I'd rather look at P10. I'd rather look at this. Or MGY. I'd rather be, I'm more interested in these that have the ability to really move on a percentage basis. What was the last one? EGY. This one I like more than the others. A little more depth and range to it. Above this level, you challenge 6, and you can really start to move after that. EGY looks decent. This level obviously is very big, going back to here. Again, I'm not a fundamental person, but current debt's 5 million, current cash is 50 million, revenues are almost 300 million. So that's a really healthy balance sheet. There goes PGY. Volume's kicking still too big time. What's Tops doing here in the post market? So IMBI, got someone pumping that. Let me take a look. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look-see. Come on, tops. Is it a shipper? No, that looks like an awful chart. It's not even a shipper. What the heck are they looking at? Yeah, no. Absolutely not. I don't know what that's about. TEGY continuing here into the post market. And KITT, where are you at? Tagged at 8 EMA. SURG. Wasn't that a soda back in the day that had a lot of caffeine, right? Nah, nothing happening here. Okay, perfect, Denver. All right, so top list to alert window. So this is how I do it. So I'm just going to open a top list here from one of the races. And what I'll do is right click and look for collaborate. And you're going to copy this URL, copy. All right. And then go to new on the menu bar, go alert window. And you can just open any alert window. You don't have to do anything. Just bring an alert window open. Right click, collaborate, and you'll have to re-highlight what's in here, then delete it. Paste the URL from the top list in there, press OK, and voila. Now what you'll have to do is come into the configure, right? So you're going to see all my settings transferred over from that top list. Summary, relative strength from the open. It changed the name just like the top list had. What you need now is an alert. You're not going to want the heartbeat. The heartbeat only sends out a pulse every 5 minutes to bring you back stocks that meet the criteria of your scan. So no point in having the heartbeat. It doesn't really make any sense to me. But you're going to want to search an alert here. There's tons of them to choose from. And I think the alert, a lot of times you're going to want to base it off of the filters that you're looking for, obviously. So if you're got a lot of bullish filters, you're probably not looking at new lows as an alert, for an example. Let me know if that makes sense, or if you have any questions, or if I went too fast, I can do that again, of course. There goes Kit. Bang. Taking out high a day right here. Can it do it? Can it do it? Paradox, you're the post-market expert here. What do you think? I think it's going to do it. Yep, there it goes. Bang. Look at that. What a move. Beautiful. Very bittersweet. Getting stopped out of that. I should have entered it back on that 5 breaker here. Whatever. Anyways. I really can't complain. Walked away a winner today, right? Ooh, look, now it's really moving up into the 650s. That's got some room. So 669 was the high from back here at a couple of weeks ago. That spread just really opened. That's an ugly spread right there now. But now it closed back down again. But it was almost a 20-cent spread for a second. So, all right, we're at 414, folks. I'll stick around for a couple more minutes. If anybody's got any questions, of course, please fire those away. Glad that worked for you, Denver. Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Yeah, I'm holding my own on the moderating stuff. Holding my own. I'm no Barry, that's for sure. But thank you. Appreciate that. So yeah, I'll go ahead and get rid of those. One of the things I do sometimes too, whenever I'm building out scans, I'll start with a top list, and just to see the stocks that can come through it, or were coming through it, or are currently coming through it, to see if it's really meeting what I want to see. And then I'll make the transfer over afterwards to an alert window. Exactly kind of what you're doing there, Denver. So just my kind of backwards way into building a scan, or I don't know if it's backwards or not, but I always thought it was kind of a backwards way of building it. So KITT hovering at that 650 level there. The volume's still pretty solid in it too. What I'm looking at right now is this here, 1 and 5 minute volumes. The post-market volume, I don't think it's going to be able to overshadow this stuff in here. Is it impossible? No, but I don't consider it to be likely. And that PEGY just hanging right out at that 327, popped up 340. AEHR. Thing has been on some runs, huh? Get rid of topless 2. We don't need that. Clear these drawings off. So, all right. Let's look at the cues really quick here. So very similar to the SPY, I'd say. Closing above that line was, healthy for the bulls, obviously. IWM had been the weakest of the bunch. Gap down the most. I'd also say reverse the most. So on the bodies of these candles inside day, I don't know, interesting. I mean, I lean bearish. I'm always rooting for the bulls, I guess. And then let's bring over the sectors here. So here's what's interesting to me today. A lot of red still here, right? Given the reversal that we saw in quite a bit. Tan, really ugly day from tan. And that's somewhere that there's been some of the most strength anyways overall. Looking at gold miners here, they've had some strength for a short bit here. Taking a bit of a breather, negligibly up from the open, down from the close 1.5%. And again, I keep going back to this monthly or weekly chart, right? Is that what I want? Yeah, weekly chart. Keep going back to this here. Just you have so many people that believe in gold that are, I'll say, smarter than me. You know, can we? Can it do it? I mean, no reason it can't. You know, looking at a weekly chart, seeing the moves that gold is capable of, right? Like I always say, I don't get it. I don't get gold. I don't get precious metals in general, but it doesn't mean I won't trade it. I'm not a bottom fisher by any means. I do not like stocks and downtrends. However, when something's playing at such a major multi-year resistance / support line, I mean, you got to pay attention to it, right? I've got to pay attention to it anyways. So I'm really, really looking to put some swings back in there again, some swing trading back in there again. There's been too many, Frey. Did I type that right? F-R-E-Y. Frey with this great move since July on a weekly chart, on a daily chart. A little more choppy looking, obviously, with these moves here. But overall, I mean, beautiful trend in it, right? I feel kind of sheepish not participating in some of these moves here. Someone's been mentioning about linear regression. Using that in my swing trades. I'm going to start to play with that a little bit. See, the things we don't have linear regression on our charts, but I do use Thinkorswim, and they do have it on their charts. So I think I'm going to have to take a look there. Yeah, Paradox. Just looking at gold and silver, like I always said, precious metals, I don't get it. We're not on a gold standard anymore. There's no real world use for gold. It's worth what people are willing to pay for it, just like baseball cards, right? Or stamps or whatever people collect these days. But at the same time, it's tradable, right? There's money to be made. So gotta look hard. Gotta look hard. Yeah, actually, well, that's who was mentioning LRC to me was real. He was messaging me yesterday and today about it quite a bit. I've never used it much. And he was pointing out a few things on some different charts that I was going through today. And I mean, always for me, hindsight trading 2020 and all that. But, putting it up on charts and looking at it in real time, I think it'll help me better manage risk for my swing trades and help me pull some triggers that should probably be pulled. We'll see. We'll see as far as the swing trading part goes. There's no question I'm going to start really paying attention to LRC, though. No question about that. All right, let's finish out the last couple of minutes here and take a look at my evening scan. First, I'll share it just in case anybody's new here. They don't have it or they lost it or anything like that. So let me unload it and I'll share it. It's loaded there. Now let's share it. There you go. I'll throw this over in the other two just in case anybody is listening from the other side, like Paradox. Throw it there too. And so yesterday it was full. Today it's looking pretty full. Been a while since I've seen it like this. Let's just run through a few charts here. Let's get rid of the post-market nonsense. It's not nonsense, obviously, but so FNGR, obviously not going to be looking at a swing trade in that like that. KLXE, this was coming through a lot today. Energy services, that is interesting. Support in oil. Look at this, right? That $10 level is big. 10 million float. And Denver Tom, here's something I can share with you. I just saw you asking about post market. There's a few things I can share. So there's that. It's a race. It's a top list, the most up in the post market. Yeah, so those are two big ones I can point you towards there. So this KLE, that's interesting to me. That's very interesting to me. Keep it moving. No. Yes, but no. EIST. That's really interesting. And just breaking out here too. That's a nice looking chart. Look at that. That's beautiful. I like that. BEAT. A couple of days banging around up here like it is right now. It's a new issue too, right? Yeah, new issue. You don't exactly got chart resistance over the top, much over your head here. Hey, Dave, what's happening? Sorry, I had the other room's chat open for a second there. You know what's funny? Don't think I'm creepy or anything, but I was thinking about you last night. I was like, I haven't seen Dave in a while. Yeah, we did all right today with the scanner there, Dave. Not too shabby. PEGY again into the post market too, really making some moves still. So, all right, Chewy. What do you look like? No, Chewy's a no for me. Here, EGY, Michael Anthony, for you. It's showing up on my evening scanner, and I said I like this the best of the bunch, right? So showing up on my evening scanner, again, above this line, I'm feeling good about it. Below this line, I'm not feeling so good about it. That's kind of my lines in the sand on EGY there for you there, Michael Anthony. INBX. Still hanging around here. What a couple of days for that here. And, look, if this thing doesn't come back down to fill that gap and it hangs up around here, getting through and holding that 30 level, you've got this nice cliff to climb right here. So if the market is on our side, there's some good setups in here for sure. But, the sellers come in hard. There's nothing anybody's going to do about any of that. So that's that. Very nice, Dave. Variety is a spice of life on different groups to hang with, so I can't fault you there. I know there's some good crews that run around out there for sure. And Cabo, man, all right, nice. I'm hoping to take maybe a Minnesota to Cabo. That's a heck of a change right there. I'm hoping to make a nice warm winter trip myself this year. We'll see what happens. Good stuff. I appreciate you popping in. You appreciate my commentary, but I appreciate the charts you post there on Twitter. Some really good stuff you post on Twitter always. Pump. There's an interesting one. Not crazy about that chart though. Sandridge. This is another one. You don't want to be on the wrong side of it, obviously, right? But man, if you're on the right side of it, up above 20, Sandridge looks really interesting. So here's another good one to take a look at here. ILAG. What are you doing in my ear? I'm very bitter about the stock still from last week. Mike C, you take it easy. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. Let's run through a few more, and then I'm going to wrap up for the day here. I'm starving. I need to make something to eat here. IPF, that's what they call it in Argentina. I used to live there. So IPF. Yeah, that's a strong chart, I got to say. Thing doesn't move much, but man, if it never got rolling here, it could, I guess. 200 million in the float. Problem is, it's like I said, it's a foreign stock with Argentina here. You still live right around huge oil fields that they have. Huge oil fields for quite a while there. So near and dear to my heart, that country. Hold on a second here, folks. We'll run through a few more charts in a second, but I just got a phone call coming here I got to take. All right, let's run through a few more of these charts. LBRT, I think that's oil too, right? Gas. Interesting chart. Again, above 15, I feel good about that. AMPY, interesting move, kind of extended. I'd like to see it move sideways, and then maybe I'd be more interested. PR, Permian Resources, so more Permian Basin, I'm guessing out of Texas. I don't know, new issue tough, but if energy rolls, this might roll with it. Overall increase in volume through the days here, and really no chart resistance on it. A lot of volume. Yeah, you know what? This is very interesting, this one. I didn't realize that's super liquid. That's very interesting to me. Permian Basin. Let's do a couple more and we'll round out here. BTU. Looks really stuck in the mud to me. BTU coming right back up, Let me do my sound effects here. Really got to get through that level and get rolling. WTI. It's more energy. So, all right, let's notice We notice something here. Energy, 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 energy. All right. So out of all that, look how much is energy. So what does that tell us? What does that tell us? That's a big deal, right? All right. Last two, IMGN. No, I don't like that chart. TCOM. Above 30 looks healthy. China. Yeah, not a fan. Above 30 it looks healthy, but I'm not crazy about China. All right, I wanted to jump to this one just because this was coming through yesterday, and I feel like that's a big level for it. And then you've got this right here up about around 16. So OI might be something you want to keep an eye on too. Good liquidity, good volume. Not much of a short float, so you don't have people really much betting against you on it either. So that is going to do it, my friends. Let me bring in the other room here. All right, so just coming on the mic in both rooms here. That's going to be a wrap for me today. I will try to have the room open up. Try again, shooting for about 7:30, open up tomorrow morning, but definitely by 8 I'll be here. I don't know if Real or William are still around. If you are, you open up before me, open up before me. But don't feel any obligation to open it any earlier than whatever time you'd want to do it. So that's it. Another. Hopefully everybody had a good day. It was an interesting day. Gap down and reversal is always nice to have the market on your side in that regard. Some winners, some losers. Hopefully everybody's going home safe though. And we'll do it all again tomorrow. For those on the YouTube side, it's Thursday, so you get Steve tomorrow at noon. Again, me for the next couple of days till our fearless leader comes back in. And that's how we'll do it. Thank you, Paradox. I thank you, everybody on both rooms. Really appreciate it. You didn't let me down. Get out of here. Let me down. You're crazy. So again, I appreciate all the questions, the comments, and all the interactions. And we'll do this all again tomorrow. So I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday, wherever you are on this spinning globe we call Earth. And we will catch you tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. Take care.